Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to the ultimate stream of 2024 of Computerized Start Live! I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan. Yes, next time I stream, it will be next year. And no, Starbuck Tech, I had not forgot I was streaming. I was actually looking for a power cord because while I was in the basement on Sunday, which I guess was yesterday, I discovered that the power cord I used to plug in computers on the bench, the outer sheath had broken away and the inner insulation was exposed on the power cord, and that is the point where you say, sorry, power cord, your time is up. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. And, well, let's just say that I got rid of the cord yesterday and then made the rest of it a today problem, and today turned into this evening, and yeah. Yep. We don't mess around with broken power cords. Anyways, let's see here. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack in the chat. Hi, Jeremy. We have Desmond Shannon. Hi, Desmond. And we have Starbuck Tech. Hi, David and or Jason. Or both of you, possibly. We have Callan. Hi, Callan. All right, we have All Things DG lurking. Hi, All Things. All right, and I have, surprisingly enough, the, Sun Workstation on the workbench, and you're thinking, wait a minute, you said this was a December stream. Well, bear with me a moment. So, okay, so Starbuck Tech is Jason. All right, well, Dave might be lurking. Who knows? So, hi, Jason. All right, well, in the grand scheme of things, this Sun will hopefully run DOS. Or this will be the last eBay regret of the year. Jason says he is at work. All right. Well, he's probably not lurking at the moment. Well, all right. Well, good enough. All right. So we have the SunPCi card, which I bought from eBay, the place where I buy seemingly everything I later regret, and I'm hoping this doesn't turn into the last regret of 2024. I would possibly like that to remain the Bigfoot drive. Anyways, so when I got this card, it looked more like, well, let's just send the RAM flying away. It looked like this, so there was no RAM on the card, and I did a little research because I was not sure what kind of memory this card would take. Being a card for a Sun Workstation, I was almost convinced this thing would need ECC RAM, and I only have a small number of ECC SD100 memory. But then I realized two things about this card, after one of which I looked at the manual, and the other which I looked at the data sheet for the chipset. And after looking at the manual, I'm pretty sure that the processor's only running at 66 megahertz, not 100 megahertz, even though I'm pretty sure it's an AMD K62 that quite possibly could run at 100 megahertz. I'm pretty sure they've got this clocked at 66 megahertz. That probably means PC66 RAM will be okay. And the other thing, I was pretty sure this would take ECC RAM, being for a workstation. Let's just say I looked up the SIS 5597 or 5598 chipset, I think they're basically the same chip, just one's for AT boards and one's for ATX boards. And the chipset doesn't support ECC memory. So I'm now convinced that two 64 megahertz, or 66 megahertz, 64 megabyte SD-RAM modules will probably work on this. Despite the fact that in the instruction manual, Sun warns you that use of non-Sun memory will void your warranty. I'm fairly sure at this point that I'm not concerned in the least about any possible remaining Sun warranty, considering I'm pretty sure Oracle would simply laugh at me if I told them my SunPCi card was not working. And then would probably try to sell me some database software I don't need. Yeah, yeah, Callan says, yeah, probably not a problem. So anyways, so let's go ahead and get this card installed. And the first thing I'm going to do is mangle the battery packaging so I can get out a fresh battery. Because unlike Mike Tech, who measures the battery and then replaces it, I'm pretty sure that this battery needs replacing, so I am going to replace the battery and then measure it. After all, this is a Mitsubishi battery. And it looks old, so I'm pretty sure that's been on the board a while. So anyways, we'll replace that with a brand new Power Owl cell. They are not a sponsor, they just happen to make cheap batteries that seem to work well enough. And maybe I can also pronounce the brand so that I don't have to try to guess how you say some of the brands on Amazon. So, yeah. Yes, I buy my batteries on Amazon, not eBay. And that is for potential reasons. Let's see here. And we have a battery voltage of 20.6 millivolts. Yes, needless to say, that wasn't going to be retaining the settings any longer. All right. Considering how the battery looked tarnished, I was pretty sure that it probably needed replaced. And also, the memory slots look just a bit dirty for some reason. Probably because the system fan blew dust on them, so that's why I popped the memory out so I could give the memory slots a little bit of contact cleaner. And we will put the SD-RAM back in. Now, it's probably completely silly to go ahead and put this card in before the Solaris installation, but perhaps if the system enumerates cards someplace where I can see it, then at least I would have an idea if the card initialized. But there we go. So I think 128 megs of RAM should be a nice amount of RAM, and hopefully the RAM will make good contact. And we got a good battery, so if I do figure out how to set the clock on it, assuming it's not like smart enough to set itself, then hopefully it'll retain its settings. All right, now I have looked at the instruction manual for the Sun Workstation, and the SunPCi card is not compatible with PCI slot 1, and even though the fact you're probably seeing me remove the screw from and the slot bracket from slot 1, there is a method to my madness here. I'm also removing the screw from slot 4, because that's where I'm actually going to put this card. And then I'm going to retrieve the screw I dropped. All right. The reason this card is incompatible with slot 1, as far as I know, is because, well, it would hit the processor heatsink when you tried to install it. So I'm pretty sure that they could have probably not had to tell you that, because it's pretty obvious that I'll turn this up so you can see slot 1. And anyways, if you try to put this in the incompatible slot 1, you will quickly see that, well, heat sinks collide. So anyways, we will put this card into slot 4. All right, this is a nice card that is long enough to engage in the plastic card guide, so that's actually a nice touch, and we will plug this card in. Very nice. And that way we have the maximum amount of room for the CPU Coolidge. All right. And because I would prefer to maybe be able to install Solaris with less flickering of the screen, thanks to VBorg mentioning that these cards existed, because he got one of these Sun workstations at the same swap meet, and his actually had one of these cards in it. I have a TechSource Raptor GFX card. This is a card for Sun workstations. I don't think the label on it says for Sun. But anyways, yeah, this is a card for Sun workstations. I think it supports more resolutions than the onboard video. I think it's just a 2D card. I don't think it's like a 3D card. But anyways, if it will run and give us more resolutions that are not weird and make my scaler throw conniption fits, then I'm all for trying a $30 from eBay video card. I think I spent like 30 bucks on it. I don't think they go for much because they're not. I don't think they're a 3D card. So it's not like you're buying it for 3D acceleration. And I think at least at the time I bought mine, there was some seller that had like a whole bunch. So it was kind of not the rarest thing in the world. All right, so we got the SunPCi card in slot 4. I'm going to assume it's jumpered correctly. We have the Raptor GFX in slot 1. So I'm going to plug my monitor into slot 1. And we will see if we get a video out on that port. I'm hoping that it has the firmware on the card to let it actually be a boot video source. Because the thing is, I think the onboard video actually has some 3D capabilities. Although I don't know if the Sun workstation makes use of them, but I believe this card is a 3D card. Because this is like the, what's the name of this card? It's the, oh yeah, I think it's the Creator 3D card. So I think this is the 3D card. The onboard graphics are ATI Rage Pro PCI graphics. So I was about to say 2C, but Rage Pro graphics, but I think obviously the firmware is going to be Sun firmware, and I think Solaris default resolution is like some weird resolution that probably matches the monitor they kind of expected you to buy this with. My scaler hates it. I should maybe go into my scaler settings if I really think of it, and probably see if I can turn off advertisement of that resolution. Assuming the Sun isn't just like saying, yo dog, you gonna take this resolution. But anyways, all right, let me make sure I'm on VGA 1. I am. All right, 3, 2, 1. Push the button. Nothing happened. Oh, probably because I need to flip that switch. Oh, and there we go. It powers up, and okay, the hard drive spun up. Heard a pop from the speakers. I think I just found my Solaris CD that I was looking for earlier today. I believe it's in the optical drive of this computer. Oh, I just realized I did not plug in keyboard and mouse. I'll have to go get the keyboard and mouse. I am also noticing that we do not appear to have graphics output. I think we are quite possibly booting Solaris. Oh, DDOPAZ. Is that D Dopaz or DD Opaz or however? Multitasking PC compatibility. Yes. Unlike some of the Apple DOS compatibility cards, you can actually be running Solaris and the DOS compatibility at the same time. In fact, actually, the SunPCi card has video out on it, so you can actually plug a separate monitor into it. And you can be using the PC and Solaris at the same time. So I just plugged the monitor into the onboard graphics port because, well, we don't have video out on the Raptor GFX. It is possible the Raptor GFX card does not work as a boot video device, but maybe once I get Solaris installed, it'll work. All right. And we have Retro Tech Chris pointing out that I said something funny. The yo dog, you're gonna take this resolution. Yeah. First D is silent. Oh, do Paz. All right. Thank you. I will try to remember that. So yes, welcome to the stream. All right, let's see if we get video on the onboard video after power cycle. Okay, I didn't hear. Oh, there we go. That's not better. No signal. Wait a minute. My multi-sync monitor is acting like there is a signal. No, it's not. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot something. We have to, okay. I forgot. This is not going to boot correctly right off the bat. I need to go get the Sun keyboard. Actually, I can actually get through this one now. Yes, I forgot. I'm going to have to interrupt the boot and go to open firmware. I completely forgot that when the non-volatile RAM on a Sun workstation is lost due to a dead battery, it does not boot correctly. That probably means the Raptor GFX card will... There's a chance it might actually work. So anyways. I think that's why there was no video, because I need to... Alright. Okay, so I've plugged the keyboard in. Alright, let's first see if by chance, if I turn it on... Oh, there we go. It did beep. That's a good sign. Okay. Kind of expecting to see open firmware here in a moment. Oh, there we go. No, that's not it. Oh, okay. Let me eject the Solaris CD. It is quite possible that it may be trying to boot Solaris. Okay. only my second time of trying to boot this workstation. Alright. Let me find my CD eject tool. Because well, actually, let me just turn this on and eject the tray real quick. No, I want you to eject. Hey, Vborg, welcome! I am fighting with the sun because I need it to go into open firmware, and I think it sees the CD I have left in the drive and is trying to boot Solaris, and the non-volatile RAM is, well, has no settings in it, so I think it's quite confused as to what kind of computer it is when it tries to boot Solaris. As Tim says, the sun is a big ball of fire, yes. Alright, what did I do with my CD eject tool? I was using it the other day with the CD-ROM drive I was trying to use in the Sleeper 486 because it was not ejecting properly. Which theoretically means that the paperclip should be like right here on my workbench. But I might have knocked it off my workbench. Okay, fine. Alright, fine. I will find my container of paper clips. That I may not actually own, although I sure thought I bought some. Alright, fine. I will make a new eject tool if I can find the paper clips. Well, I guess the Sun workstation could be on top of it. Nope. I think it is. Could be in front of it. Is it? Nope. All right. Okay. Fine. All right. Let me look up the instructions for Sun Ultra 10 open firmware. Let's see here. Oh, it's not, that's right. Sun calls it open boot. I think it's basically open firmware. Here we go. VC Fed forums. All right. Okay. So let's see here. We'll spam the stop A key. There we go. Did I successfully get into open boot? No. Is it maybe using the Raptor GFX card? Is this a case of if you don't plug the keyboard in, you don't get video? Okay. I've moved the video cable to the Raptor GFX card. And do I feel like okay. I have no video out. Am I going to VCF East this year? I want to go, and my coffee goal starting in January will be for the VCF East trip. Or, well, even though I haven't set the goal, you can go to my coffee page. Link is in the description. And, well, anything I receive today will go towards that trip as well. But I do want to be at VCF East. Alright, I'm removing the Raptor GFX card, because I don't know if it works. Maybe it doesn't work and is overriding the onboard video. Alright, so plug the... If it doesn't work, I will remove the SunPCi card. Actually, I would like to go as an exhibitor. Oh, there we go. There we go. So apparently my... okay, flickering warning. Okay, this Raptor GFX card is like... Okay, let me look up the manual for this Raptor GFX card, because there is one thing about it. There were 3 jumpers on it. I do not see where pin 1 is marked on the jumper block. And as you can see, one of the jumper settings is VGA disabled. And come on, TechSource, could you not have put a mark beside even one of them? Oh, hey, Jesse. We got I8386SX in the chat. Because maybe the problem was the Raptor GFX was taking over the onboard video, but it's jumpered for VGA disabled, which would be a really weird way to ship by default. Alright. Alright, well, there's a data sheet. It is based on the 3D Labs for Media 2. Has 8 megabytes of SG-RAM. It supports vertical refresh of 60 to 200 hertz. 32-bit PCI card. And the datasheet has absolutely no documentation on those jumpers. But yeah, it's a 24-bit true color, high-resolution graphics card. And does support the Sun Ultra Spark Visual Instruction Set Acceleration. It is Open Windows and CDE compatible, verified by SunPCi product testing, easy installation, 1-year warranty. I'm pretty sure the warranty long has expired. Okay, still trying to find the jumper settings. Okay, does someone on the Vogon forums have jumper settings? Someone have a better picture of it. Oh, well, I guess if I can't get it to work on Sun, apparently it is possible to flash it with a PC-compatible BIOS. I will keep that in mind. All right, let's see here. Open Windows for... All right. I found a manual for the card. Let's see if it happens to mention anything about the jumper settings on the card. All right. The system is currently using a secondary graphics device. Read section 2.6. All right. Oh, this might require drivers installed before it works. I may just have to put up with the flickering. Oh, wait a minute. I might be able to set it. I might be able to set it in open firmware, but I gotta check the jumper settings, which are... You mean they really don't have the jumper settings mentioned anywhere in this manual? Of course not. Okay, we'll have to put up the flickering in open firmware and in the Solaris install, and then maybe we'll be able to use the Raptor GFX card. Although if I get Solaris installed, then... Oh, this is going to get really old really quick. The thing is, my multi-sync monitor is okay with it. It's 1152 by 864, which I thought my scaler supported that resolution, but it must be the refresh rate, so it's going to start flickering because my scaler does not like whatever refresh rate. Yeah, Dopaz, it's the jumper settings on the Raptor GFX. I can't figure out what they are. There's no 1 marked on any of the jumpers, so... Anyway, we're going to put up with the flickering, and I'm going to try to configure... Okay. 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 I gotta read a number that's on the... Oh. Okay. Let me write a number down. I'm reading these directions directly off the Vogons forums, if you're wondering where I'm getting these numbers, except I am about to substitute my... there's a number on the NVRAM chip in my computer, and I'm substituting my values. Oh, wait a minute. Except I think there we go. B5 MKP 6P and 6 7 MKP. Let's see here, 08 MKP 09 MKP 0A MKP 0B MKP B5 C MKP ED D MKP, and let's see here, F6 E MKP 0 F 0 do ID prom X or loop F MKP. All right, there we go. B5 ED F6. So yes, that. All right, so now we have. All right, I'll get back to the chat here. Yeah. Okay, so I have set the NVRAM to defaults. So now this computer knows, I think it knows what kind of computer it is. It's got its Ethernet address. So now, all right. Should be able to do a reset. And now, as long as I don't turn it off, well, okay. Still having trouble with this optical drive? Possibly so. All right. Let's see something here. Network link setup failed. Well, I don't have a cable plugged in, silly son. All right, so I'm going to very carefully turn this workstation up on its side because I'm wondering if the CD-ROM drive does not like being perpendicular. Okay, there is a disk in the drive. Okay. All right, let me hit stop A and reset. Now with the CD-ROM drive right side up, will it boot? I'm pretty sure that's a Solaris CD. All right, initializing memory. I do apologize about the flickering. Add magic number and disk label. Can't open disk label package. Boot device. Maybe I gotta actually tell it to boot from a CD. Alright. Boot. And from CD. Alright. Boot Sun Ultra 10 from... Am I going to have to watch my own live stream to see how I booted? Probably. Okay, so I know I got the CD. Alright. Open boot. Set the boot device. Alright. Alright. Stop A. Alright. Dev alias. Go give me a list of bootable. Okay. Okay, set the boot device. Ah, okay, set env boot device CD-ROM. Alright. Set env. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, well, that's... Okay, so we got the boot device. Can I just type something like boot? Can't open boot device. Ah, interesting. Well, that is... Oh, hey, Gutbomb, welcome. And Jamie, welcome. I don't know if it eventually boots to the fails to the OK Pro. I have no idea if the CD-ROM alias is correct. Um, I mean, I presume that it is, but I don't know if it is. And no, my scaler does not like this output, and the faster I can get Solaris installed, the faster I can fix it. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is a... I mean, I have a Solaris CD, or at least what I thought was a Solaris CD installed. I mean, I guess we can try these other... Boot CD-ROM. All right. sure if it's even trying to read the CD. Can't read disk label. Can't. All right, let's try some of these other devices, I guess. All right. So I don't think it's disk, because disk 0 is probably the hard drive. Boot disk 2? Well, let's try disk 1. Let's see. Okay, I don't think it's disk 1. I don't think it's disk 2. Interestingly enough, the CD-ROM is now spun up. Maybe the CD-ROM drive is bad. I'm sorry. You can tell. I can't really see the chat with the Sun workstation upright so that the CD-ROM drive will read. Um, I know the Solaris takes. No, I didn't know the Solaris install takes a very long time, but it's not even booting the Solaris install. Jamie says I can do a probe SCSI or probe IDE. Oh, well, first I gotta see if it's actually, is it actually trying to boot this time? Okay, yeah, it is device 2. The file just loaded does not appear to be executable. Great. Well, okay, either there's something wrong with my CD, or there's something wrong with the drive. And quite honestly, I would be more inclined to believe it's the drive than the CD. I wonder if I can just put any. Can I just swap it with another CD-ROM drive? Well, I guess that's probably what we're. I don't know if it's a good CD-ROM, Tim. I don't know. I don't know how to tell. I can't boot the Solaris to check it. I mean, I remember booting it last time, and the CD's been stuck in the drive ever since. So, because I forgot to eject it. So, I mean, could the CD be bad? Sure. Do I really want to burn another CD right now? Not really, because of how much trouble it is to burn a CD down here. Will I burn another one to see? Sure. Hold while I find the Solaris image and burn another CD. Oh. I think that actually it looks like I probably had the wrong version of Solaris for this SunPCi card anyways. All right, well, let me go. All right. Well, let me burn. Okay. Luckily, I bothered to grab my optical drive. You were about to see why it's so much trouble to burn a disk, because every time I think about installing this burner internally, I forget to. And then when I need to burn a disk, I end up having to plug it into my external SATA to USB adapter. And I've misplaced the SATA cable. Oh, actually, I think I know where the SATA cable is. Oh, good news. By having to use a SATA cable for the CD-ROM drive, it will actually be a little less painful to use than if I was using an IDE drive, because the SATA cable means the cable will actually reach my desktop, so I don't have to handhold the drive very carefully while it burns a disk. And now you see why I didn't really want to have to burn another disk. I didn't really want to have to handhold an optical drive while it burned a disk, because the cable's too short. And no, I would install this internally real quick, but I would not be able to reconnect to the stream before it timed out. It just... The reason I haven't installed it is because it's a pain in the rear to install anything in this computer. And I can't see the chat because I'm trying to connect up this optical drive so I can burn a new CD. It's probably the wrong version of Solaris, but whoops. Well, I didn't hear Windows Badoop, which may mean it didn't detect me plug this in. Let's see if it tells me I just inserted a blank CD. What do I want to do with it? All right. Let's see here. I think I want the Solaris. All right, let's try. Oh, I don't think it. Oh no, it didn't. Wait, did I plug the wrong USB cable in? Nope, it just didn't detect. All right, let's try that again. All right. There we go. There we go. There was the Badoop I was waiting for. All right. I don't really want to use image burn. Why do all these programs have to take over for Windows? I just want to use the Windows burn. I don't want to use fancy software. I just want to use the Windows burner. All right, I'm burning a new disk because no, I guess in reality I don't know if it's a good CD-ROM any longer. All right, while we wait for this to burn and verify, let me see if I can find Solaris 7 for Spark. Because I tried downloading Solaris 7 before the stream, knowing that the manual for this SunPCi card said Solaris 7, and I think I got duped into downloading the Intel version of Solaris 7, which isn't going to work on this Sun workstation. Here we go. Oh, that might be the... Well, I sure cannot see my screen. All right, we'll download this while we wait. I'm hoping I'm burning the right disk. Yeah, Jesse says most of these CD burning programs are glorified malware. Well, it's image burn, which I think is maybe actually one of the actual still legitimate softwares, but still. Windows Explorer can burn a disk just fine. Thank you very much. which is probably why all the alternative programs have to load themselves up with adware to make the most of the small number of users that bother. All right, while we wait for this disk to burn, I'm going to pick some lint out of the Sun workstation. And as soon as this verifies, then we get to have the fun with open firmware again. Oh, wait a minute. Why did image burn just eject and inject? Oh, cycling tray before verify. Oh, that's just weird. Why do you need to do that, image burn? All right, we're verifying now. Oh, Gutbump says image burn actually does have some sketch to it. Then why did someone tell me to download it? Great. Well, I'll probably be uninstalling it at some point because I don't like software with even some sketch to it. Okay, while we wait for this to verify, I am going to do myself a slight little favor, make it slightly easier for me to set the open firmware up because I'm probably going to have to do it a couple times. I am going to go to Notepad. I am going to paste the commands I need to type in. I am going to modify the values that need to be changed for my computer. That way, as I'm typing them in, I don't have to try to remember which ones get changed. And I also want to check this FAQ because according to the VCF forums, the instructions I have the wrong system ID. Okay, software that plays obnoxious sounds to let you know your disk burned are liable to get uninstalled before I burn the next disk. That's just over the top obnoxious. In fact, how do I know that's just not their plot to get a composition claim on your YouTube video so they can make money off of it just because you burned a disk live on a stream? Oh, and don't tell me that someone hasn't thought of that yet, because it wouldn't surprise me if they have. Okay. I'm just trying to double check that I have the correct system ID number, because according to forum post, 80 is the system ID for the Ultra 1. This isn't the Spark Station, is it? Oh, maybe this is the Spark Station 10. No, wait, this isn't the Spark Station 10. This is the Ultra 10. Oh, yeah, this is not a Spark Station 10. Okay, what is the Ultra 10's ID number? All right. Sun, host ID, Sun, all right. Sun, host ID values. Because, fortunately, the chart I was looking at that was linked from the VCF forums doesn't have the Ultra 10 in it. Uh-oh. Well, maybe the Ultra 10 really does share. All right, where's my mouse? There we go. Maybe the Ultra 1 and Ultra 10 are closer together than. The reason why I'm even bothering with this is because I think it, if it's wrong, Solaris might install the wrong things. All right, well, let's. All right, I'm putting the new CD in. All right. Okay, I'm waiting for it to give me the open boot. All right, we'll go ahead and stop A because the values are invalid. Okay. Capcom says image burn includes adware if you select the direct download. It does not have adware if you chose to download from the mirrors. Yes, I believe Joe did warn me of that. Now that you mention that. All right, so let's see if I can type these in. Set defaults. All right. 10 MKP 81 MKP 82 MKP 03 MKP 24 MKP B55 MKP ED6 MKP F6 7 MKP 08 MKP 09 MKP 0A MKP 0B MKP B5C MKP EDD MKP F6E MKP 0F0 do I ID prom X or loop FMKP and the banner is okay. At least the Ethernet address is correct. Now, I am still trying to. I can't find a website that tells me what the system ID is for an Ultra 10. I'm hoping that's good enough. All right. I'll probably have to find some better manual. Was I supposed to then type something in? Oh, all right. All right. Okay. So now the system at least knows its system ID. Richard Tech Chris says suns are so nutty. Yeah. I still haven't figured out if I should be wearing sunscreen to work on it, but all right. Stop A. Boot. CD-ROM. Well, it. I'm I bet I just need to put another CD-ROM in the computer. Because I'm wondering if the CD-ROM drive failed. Jamie says, Getsy Gupum says to Chris, I have an Ultra 5 on the way to me right now. Jamie says, you don't like setting your options using fourth? Come on now. No, I don't like setting my options with fourth. This is even more annoying than just the few things you had to do on a Mac with open firmware. And the flickering screen isn't helping things any. Okay, boot, CD-ROM. All right, I'm walking over to my shelf. Yes, I put some shelves up. So all my CD-ROM drives are now on a shelf. And I'm going to pick the CD-ROM drive that might work. That's probably not. Got a note on it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We'll just use this DVD-ROM drive because otherwise my middle name wouldn't be Justin DVD Morgan. Okay, cannot open the boot device, so let's rule out the CD-ROM drive failed. I think the Sun is just using generic PC parts, so I'm quite honestly hoping that if I take this absolutely generic DVD-ROM drive and all right, it is configured the same. Let me see if I can get the IDE cable maybe out of the machine. Oh, actually, here we go. I can fix two problems. The problems are the IDE cable is too short for me to be able to set the drive on top of the computer. And the other problem is I cannot see the chat with the Sun Workstation upright so that I could use the original drive. So now, by setting the machine on its side, I can now easily see the chat, and the CD-ROM cable will easily connect to the drive, and it will be more or less upright. And we'll have to set our info by open firmware again, because I should either look up where the battery pins are in this module, or what I'm more tempted to do is get a replacement from Glitchworks, because he does great things for the community, and I think he actually has a replacement module for these computers. So I kind of like to get his replacement modules when I have systems that use them. Wait a minute, I thought I turned this machine on. You know, I don't think it likes the DVD-ROM drive. Or, oh. Did I plug the wrong cable into it? No. I did plug the correct cable into it. Hey, Javier. We have the Hovmaster here. Okay. Oh, you know, I may have to pull the CD-ROM out of my other Sun. But I am not confident it works. No. No, it doesn't like this DVD-ROM drive. Let me guess. Let me guess. Sun likes approved devices only. Okay, let's just try a CD-ROM drive. All right. And if this doesn't work, I'll actually remove the original drive so I can maybe double check it. Okay. I'm pretty sure these drives are jumpered the same as the original drive. So this is just a creative 52-speed CD-ROM drive that made some weird sounds. Is there a disc stuck in it? No, no. Nope. Oh, let me guess. Oh, Sun. Okay. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't plug the drive in all the way. That's weird. Okay, let's try that again. It's noisy, but it seems to work. All right, I'm waiting for... Yeah, I'm watching the monitor. I was going to save you from excess flickering. All right. Basically, when it goes to no signal, I'm realizing it's not going to do. Okay, there's one more drive I'm going to try. This may sound a little bit weird, but I'm going to try an Apple branded drive. Okay. I cannot. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, Chris. This is all assuming I can get it to work. Okay, this is hilarious. It's like Sun has detected that I put an Apple drive in it, and okay, let me pull the other. Let me pull the Sun off the shelf and pull its drive out, and we'll see if it works. Because apparently, there's something special about the Sun CD-ROM drive. Okay. Now, the reason we're not using this Sun workstation is because there's no RAM in it. And I really don't want to transfer over a ton of stuff just to use a Sun workstation. So instead, I'm going to hopefully... Also, this one's missing a case badge that should be on the front of the case. And that's just a travesty because it has the special video card installed that would merit it, the case badge, and yet someone ripped the case badge off of it at some point. All right. Yeah, the person I got this from said they would send me an email And if there were any parts missing in it, then I just let them know and could pay them for the cost of shipping. They would ship me the missing parts. And I never got their email, so I was never able to ask them if they had any extra RAM so that I could at least have some RAM for this computer too. Not that I really know what to do with two Sun workstations, let alone one. But at least if I had RAM for it, then I could, well, it would be more useful to someone, that's for sure. But I did take two of them just in case there were failing parts in one. So I guess at least now it does give me a spare Sun CD-ROM drive. Well, there might be a slight benefit. I think. Oh, no, they're both 24 speeds. Okay. So I don't see any. All right. So I did have those other drives jumpered correctly. It's an LG 32 speed CD-ROM drive. All right. Well, it does open. And it closes. And do we get an open firmware screen? Keyboard says I never opened my second one. Nope, it had a 32 speed in it. So I think it's the same model drive. That's okay. This is just weird. Okay, is this machine like setting on something? No. Did this machine like just suddenly decide to start not working? I mean, I might very well be pulling the RAM out and putting it in this other Sun and seeing what it does, because I mean, I'm presuming the case badge just snaps on, so maybe I'd be able to swap it over. Yeah, sure enough, this Sun is like, did I like, did I partially, I don't think I did. No, no, it feels like it's plugged in. All right. Oh, hi, Bloody Cactus. Welcome. Bloody Cactus says I picked up a Sun PC for my SparkStation 20 overclock from 133 to 160 megahertz. It's picky about OS patches, though. All right. Okay. Okay. So, for whatever reason, Okay, I just unplugged the CD-ROM drive. Let me see if maybe now we get a... Otherwise, I'm going to pull the RAM and swap it over, because... maybe the IDE channel failed? We're, like, not getting any video now. Alright, let's... Okay. Okay, maybe I should try one more thing. Alright. Pull the SunPCi card, because it is an expansion card. I guess, theoretically, it could have done what other stuff does on my live streams. It, like, fails live on stream. Okay, so I got the there's no optical drive plugged in. I'm pretty sure it should be able to cope with no CD-ROM drive. Oh. But it won't be able to cope with no power. Alright. Okay. Keyboard said I have to pull that fancy video card out of mine for the onboard to work. Well, you know, I guess I could pull it out, too, in case it decided to usurp the proceedings. No. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure I'm hearing the hard drive spin up. Oh, it is. Basically, I'm waiting on my multi-sync monitor to see if I see an image. Because I see it flicker like it's trying to load, but then I get a no signal, which is kind of my clue that it's decided not to boot. Okay, well, let me pull the fancy, I think it's the Creator 3D graphics card out. Ooh, fancy. Oh, look at that. Oh, there we go. Yes, it does look like they might have been mad at maybe a John and a Dave G, because it looks like their names have X's over them. Anyways, there's that custom Sun. Look at that. So yeah, that's the Creator 3D graphics card. Wow. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's got 12 memory chips on it. I bet this is like 24 megabytes of memory. Yeah. All right. All right. We'll set this card to the side. All right. Well, wouldn't it? You know, that would be funny if it just like randomly decided to like insist on using that card. Okay, if that doesn't work, we'll switch. I'll pull the RAM out and we'll go to the other Sun. And I guess I'll get to troubleshoot this one later. Okay, I don't know what that was about. Okay, so, well, we got open firmware. I will leave the other Ultra 10 close by. Chris says maybe they were the QA testers. As a QA tester, I kind of resent that remark. Although, as a QA tester, I could totally see why. I could totally see why the hardware engineers would X out the QA engineers. All right. Okay. All right. So this is the CD-ROM from the other Sun. Let's plug it in. Because at least if I use it, I can keep the Sun in this orientation, which means I can see the chat. Yeah, my NVRAM is toast. That's why I got a notepad cheat sheet of what I need to type in. I want to get a Glitchworks module. I only have 2 gut bomb and but I only have RAM for one of them. Basically, I went to the system source swap meet back in, what was it, July or August? And this guy had a bunch of hardware, and I was only going to take one, but he was like, "Are you sure?" And I decided, okay, well, I'll take 2, just because I figured I'd hedge my bets. So he was giving the hardware away. But one of them has no RAM, and you've had to put the RAM in pairs, and it takes special Sun 50 nanosecond EDO DIMMs. I think the DIMMs are a standard form factor, but it requires 50 nanoseconds EDO DIMM, so I can't just, like, put just any RAM in it. Bloody Cactus says, I think Glitch will even do the mod if you send the old battery in. I may ask him about that. Because, quite honestly, this 4th programming is annoying. Okay, I just want to see something. I know it won't boot correctly without NVRAM contents, but what was it? Will it even boot off that CD? Okay, I don't know if that's my original one or if that's the new one, but Beeborg says, if you find out, let me know. I got 4 that needs it. Okay, I will. Wait a minute. I think the cursor changed. Oh, there we go. I think it's actually doing something. Okay. Yeah, we are going to need to, okay. It is actually booting, so I guess the CD-ROM that was in this computer failed. So now I've got a Sun that will effectively have no RAM and no CD-ROM drive. Of course, I guess maybe the Creator 3D card... No, that's weird, the Creator 3D card stopped working. Of course, maybe that's just like a quirk because I don't have Solaris installed, and so maybe there's nothing wrong with the card. Although, it's possible I may have to pull the Creator 3D card out of the other Sun, too. So I may be with the Sun that has no... Check and reset. Alright. I knew how to, like... Alright, I'm going to see that it goes into Solaris, and if it does, then I'm going to restart the machine. We'll go back into open firmware, or open boot. It's basically open firmware. I think Sun called it open boot, but it's open firmware. I mean, you're not about to tell me it's not open firmware. The commands are the same. Okay, VBorg says, I think the NVRAM defaults to that for primary display, and since the NVRAM is bad, okay, it could be inconsistently... It could have been inconsistently working. Oh, maybe that's a sign that the card actually was working. Okay. We'll go back into Open Boot. Has it really taken me an hour and 45 minutes to get to this point? This is embarrassing. Well, I guess I'm glad I started at 6 and not 8, because if I'd started at 8, we'd be 10 o'clock before we got to this point. No response from Ethernet network. Link down, cable problem. Well, maybe I didn't plug you in, son. Although, maybe I guess I could, but that'd require me to find an Ethernet cable. Alright. I'm pretty sure it's going to boot. Let me power cycle it so I can set the ID, because with the wrong ID set, it's probably going to do the wrong thing. So let me go ahead and set it, and then I think that I forgot how long it takes to boot open Solaris. Okay. So, alright, set defaults. Alright. 0, or 0, no, it is 1, 0 MKP. 81 MKP. 82 MKP. 03 MKP. 24 MKP. B55 MKP. ED6 MKP. Note these B5 ED F6 are specific to this system. And they're based on there's an orange label on the NVRAM chip that tells you what the values are for your system. Which I guess at least Sun did that, because otherwise it'd be awkward to figure them out. Also, probably a good reason that if you were going to battery mod it, you probably want to record the number off the label. Okay, and then these 3 bytes are also those same values that are specific to this system. Based on the values on the label. Oh, and I forgot to change to the screen capture, so you can't even see what I'm doing. Not that the flickering helps. Let me go ahead and boot CD-ROM. All right. Oh. Jeremy, no. Oh, yes, I did get it. That probably tells you I didn't realize that there, which was your last message on Discord. The answer is I'm not going to buy it until we make sure other things work. Because that card is kind of expensive for what it is. Because if the PCIe to PCI adapter doesn't work, then that needs to be debugged before we try a PCI to ISA adapter. So, baby steps. Because I think that thing costs more than even the new... Okay, by a few pennies, but it costs more than some of the new PCI Express to PCI adapters. And way more than the one I got, because you found me a good price. Alright, here we go. At least it's less complainy now. Well, I guess I'm glad we're going with Solaris, because... Wow, my download from the Internet Archive of version 7 is going so slow. Yeah, we're trying to get Solaris installed so I can get the SunPCi software installed. And the problem is, I have yet to find the SunPCi CD. I'm hoping someone archived. I found the install guide. In fact, Solaris still has the install guide. Oracle still has the install guide on their website. I guess I could search their doc site, but I think it's going to make me sign in, probably. SunPCi. Oh, interesting. Yes, the scaler is very grumpy. I don't really want to install torrent software, Gut Bomb. It's just something I don't want to do. And maybe that's partially because of who my internet service provider is. Ooh, this CD sounds awful. Hey, but we've got a mouse now. I think we're in X Windows. Yes, my scaler's grumpy. I want to get Solaris installed so we can ungrumpify it. Oh, there we go. I think I've got the driver. All right. The Solaris install program is divided into a series of short sections. That's nice. All right. Identify the system. Yes, it's networked even though I don't have it plugged in. Yes, you can use DHCP. Nope, no use to enable that. Oh, Gutbomb says, IA torrents are safe because they are just web seeds. Thomas says, don't talk about web seeds. Trina will appear. Yeah, still, my internet service provider is Comcast, so... maybe I find torrent software sketchy. I don't know. I might get convinced to torrent for Internet Archive only. But isn't the thing about torrents that you have to also give up some of your upload bandwidth? Which, if that's the case, remember, Comcast has a data cap. Which is kind of why I've not wanted to... why... one reason among many that I don't do everything I'd like to do on my internet connection, because there is a data cap. And I'd prefer not to have to pay an extra $50 a month. Comcast already gets enough of my money as it is. Partly because I didn't call them and ask for another promo because we're supposed to get fiber internet next year. Believe me, as soon as I get the ability to pay for fiber, Comcast is gone. Oh, hi, Mike. We have Mike's Future Retro here. Can I get Fios to my house? No, I cannot. I am not in a Verizon service area to get Fios. I have to wait for the fiber company that runs over the power co-op's fiber. Well, first I have to wait for the power company to run the fiber in our neighborhood. I think they're supposed to do that come spring. I think they are currently doing some pole work, which may be a requirement to run the fiber. And Callan says Comcast is a ripoff. Yes, they are. Mike says, I've had Fios from 2007, never looked back. I have actually... oh, okay. F-bomb's correcting some of my misconceptions. Yeah, I've never lived in an area where Verizon was the service provider to offer Fios. This area of the state is actually a former Sprint area, and that means the current incumbent provider has horrible DSL. Yeah, Mike says, say what you want about Verizon, but all you can eat service for a flat rate. Oh, I mean, my cell phone is on one of their prepaid. It's a visible. Because they have the best signal in my neighborhood, so... well, I mean, there's no Fios in this area of the state, so there would have been nowhere I could move to in this area of the state when I moved here back in 2004 that I would have been able to get fiber. Even if they started deploying fiber in this area in 2007, it's not a Verizon area of the state. And now Ting did start to deploy fiber, but at first it was in the city of Charlottesville, and I ain't paying for the inflated price of living in the city of Charlottesville. Because the thing about cities in Virginia are they're independent. So they provide all the services, and your taxes are higher as a result. Mike says, there's your problem. You need to move to a Fios area. Well, that would come with its own set of problems. At the moment, the interest rate I have on my house, there's probably no way I'm buying another house anytime soon. Yeah, Mike says, just kidding. Yeah. We'll have fiber next year. Believe me. Okay, Solaris, this is ridiculous that you really really want me to plug a network cable in to prove to you that the system's networked, why can't you just say, there's no network, we will install without one, and move on like any other operating system? Okay, slight rant over. Fine, Solaris wins, I'll plug in the network cable. There we go. Okay, yes, we're networked. Yes, I want you to use DHCP. No, I don't want you to enable IPv6. Fine, there we go. Oh, Vborg says, just hit no. Well, too late. Mike says, well, I feel you on house prices. Joe says, this isn't DOS. We have to install Solaris to be able to install DOS. Hi, Joe. Welcome. Oh, well, that's nice. Apparently, we failed an assertion in the Solaris install console. Abort core dumped. Starting remote procedure call services. Oh, that's nice. Whatever. I have the DOS card, although it's not installed currently because I was having some trouble getting the Sun workstation to cooperate. But we'll install Solaris, and then we'll boot into Solaris so I can actually set a resolution that my scaler will like, and then we'll put the DOS card back in and we'll install the software. Vborg says, technically this is a DOS. Yes, technically it is a disk operating system as opposed to a tape operating system or a DVD operating system or a CD operating system or a manually type in all the bits one by one operating system, although those didn't take off because the name was very awkward. Jeremy says, anyone could buy my current place for $30,000 and I'd be ecstatically happy. Well, it'd be a bit of a commute to my office, though. Joe says, switch operating system. Yeah. Is it actually identifying my system, or did it crash? All right, that is getting on my nerves. Okay, I'm going to give you a slight reprieve from the flashing until it does something else. Vborg says, iOS? Yeah. Internet operating system, yes. Okay, it's still identifying. Mike says, I'm in New York, which means I live in a 240,000 house that costs 700,000. Vborg says it's hung. Great, that means I gotta type in all those things again into the console. Alright. Oh, hey, Jason, welcome. Well, I apparently crashed the Solaris install, so... Alright, so I gotta type in the all the commands again. Alright, the values for 5, 6, and 7 are specific to my system. So if you're following along at home, you will need to look on the label on top of your NVRAM chip for the correct values. Also, for C, D, and E, they're also specific to my system. Again, follow the label on top of your NVRAM chip. There we go. I now have the correct host name again, which means it's got the correct ID, configuration, env, boot, device, CD-ROM. Chris says, I am in the DC area. I can relate. Thomas says, Cisco finally forces a password change you can't ignore like P-old used to do. Or it must be people used to do. Mike says, I hate open firmware. Well, good news, Mike. This is open boot, not open firmware. Yeah. No one sees right past that. Mike says, my only experience is with USB on non-USB boot iMac G3 firmware. You can't USB boot on iMac G3 directly, but can if you do it on the open firmware command line. Yes. Well, on the Sun, if you have a dead NVRAM battery and you try to boot Solaris, you get a bunch of errors that you've got invalid ID contents in your NVRAM, and it could detect your hardware incorrectly. Because I suspect Sun is not doing plug and play. They're probably looking at values in your NVRAM and assuming base hardware accordingly. At least that's my impression. Okay, I realize my scaler is really unhappy. It does not like 1152 by 864 at whatever redonkulous refresh rate. Oh, at 66.4 hertz refresh rate. Yeah, Sun, of course, picking something redonkulous. Thomas asks, what does it use for a battery? It's one of those Dallas modules, and I don't want to mod it because it takes forever to grind down to the battery tabs, and then you've got a flimsy battery holder on top of it, and it just looks awful, and the way the module's retained in the system is weird as well. I'm just going to get a Glitchworks module as soon as I remember to order one. Oh, hi, Francois. Welcome. Yeah, Vborg says it's similar to a Dallas, but it's not a Dallas. Yeah, it's like Vborg says nope. I sure thought Glitch had a module. Yeah, it's a 48T02 module, I believe. Is the original module. All right, so English. English. Or maybe what he's got is a board to help you repair your module. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, okay. Thomas says some of those old battery you could put a diode protected alternative battery. Yes, I know my scaler doesn't like this. I'm trying to get Solaris installed as quickly as possible, and this Sun Workstation does not want to cooperate with the program, and I just want to. This is Solaris 8. I hope it works. I don't have IPv6 set up on my network. I know, my scaler does not like 66.4 hertz that the sun is outputting. This is getting on my nerve too. Apparently we just core dumped again. CDS says don't DHCP if you can help it. Hi CDI, welcome. Why doesn't Solaris work with DHCP? That's like been a thing forever. I don't want to have to go find an IP address on my router. That's not why I set up DHCP on my network. All right, apparently I'm going to have to just put a banner in for the scaler. It's a SunPCi version 1. All right, fine, fine. Okay, this is. I don't think. By the way, I don't think there's a battery holder on this board. If there is, Sun sure doesn't document it. If someone could tell me how to change the refresh rate from open firmware, I will do it. CDS says while you can, it's best to hardcode IP because it keeps issues at a minimum. All my years being a Sun admin, I never used it. I don't want to have to dedicate IP addresses to computers because then that means I can't just. I've got to actually keep track of what I assign to computers, and my router only supports so many. And yes, you can probably tell I'm irritated at networking hardware that does not properly support DHCP. All right. I'm not going to network it because I'm tired of entering this data. Okay, so 5, 6, and 7 are specific to my machine if you're following along. it's the label on top of the NVRAM chip that will tell you what the values are for your system. And also, C, D, and E are specific to my machine. It's the same three values if you... I also don't know why Sun just couldn't put that information in a permanent ID prom on the board. That's just so annoying. Okay, actually, I'm not going to do that. Oh, hi Mega, welcome. CDS says you can use whatever hex in the 8020 you want. Well, I thought it had to be a specific value. Did I hit stop A too soon? I might have. CDS says later systems used a smart card that saved all that. Well, I gotta do that because otherwise then Solaris complains. I gotta do it every time because the battery's dead. Because there's not even any grace period on this module. It's like, ugh. Okay, I'm going to not set up networking. I'm going to tell it there's no networking. Obviously, it doesn't... There's something wrong with its networking. I don't want to do a Dremel mod because it's messy. It takes a long time to get to the pins. You can screw it up. It's hard to find a battery holder that fits right. Inevitably, I end up with flimsy wires that are fragile. I just don't like the Dremel mods. I think Glitchworks makes a repair board, and I'm inclined to get one of those if he does make a repair board. Because then I think you just depot the entire chip, not try to Dremel down to the pins. CDS says set up networking, just put in some RFC. I don't know what RFC 1918 is. I'm not a sysadmin. All right, fine. I'll set up networking, but you gotta actually tell me what... I'm not a sysadmin. If you couldn't guess by the fact that I'm irritated by operating systems that don't properly support DHCP, I'm not a sysadmin. I don't want to... The only devices on my network that I have static IP addresses are my printer, because Windows can't cope with it changing its IP address, and... Oh. Okay, thank you, Chris. Chris says it's the standard for IP addresses on a local network. Yeah, I'm not a sysadmin. I'm a test engineer. It's usually just called the local network when it gets to me, because that's the way it's going to be documented in the user documentation, because they're usually not sysadmins either. Although they could be. Not to say that they don't have sysadmins, but yeah. Okay. Does it work? Hi, Eric. This is like the third or fourth time I've had to restart the Solaris install. Because we got to install Solaris before we can install the drivers for the card. So I can't tell you if it works yet. I keep core dumping it when I let it set up the network. Because apparently Solaris can't handle DHCP. At least that's my view of it. All right, continue. Networked, yes. Use DHCP, no. Host name, Ultra 10, I guess. IP address, I don't know what's not on my network. 10.254.253.252. That's not on my network. System part of a subnet. Yes. No, don't enable IPv6. And don't you dare core dump. Yeah, Chris, I should have set the host name to Fickle. Okay, at least we haven't core dumped yet. Fine. Yes, use it. Now just don't config. No, we are not configuring that. Name service. None. I don't. Oh, wait. I'm not on a domain. Oh. All right. I think I see why CDI says I wanted to do none, which. Okay. Continue. Change. None. Continue. Continue. CDS says adding DNS later is easy. Having a complaint about not reaching the domain names for lookup is another. Yeah. Okay. Specify geographic region, United States Eastern. There we go. That was easy. All right. So it is 12:30. Hour is 20. And minute is 20. There we go. Hopefully that just set the system time so it won't complain. Yeah, I've got 10 dot addresses on my network, Chris, but not that subnet. So that IP address I gave it just doesn't exist. I'll fix it later. I don't have. I usually use DHCP, so I don't have to mess with saving IP addresses for a computer. Because literally, I think the only thing with the static IP address on my network is my printer, now that I think about it. Actually, no, I think my NAS, I gave it a static IP address because it got annoying when it changed its IP address. So I think I've got those two items are the only thing with static IPs. Because my router, you got to go, you have to give it the MAC address of the device to save the IP, and then it's not available for other things, and I need a new router, but all right. I really probably should upgrade routers, but that's a later problem. All right. select the geographic regions for which support should be installed. Any reason why you didn't like default select the one that I told you? There we go. Select the Solaris software to install in this system. Okay, you're going to have to tell me why I want entire, because... And do I want entire or entire plus OEM support? And is that going to require me to burn more discs? Because I only burned the one Solaris disc. Because I was hoping not to have to wait for... Entire is the normal CD. Okay. Alright, select the disks for installing Solaris. Well, I guess there. You want to preserve existing data. No, I don't. There should be nothing on it. Auto layout. Oh, okay. OEM CDS says OEM is for special hardware from Sun clones like Fujitsu. Okay. That doesn't seem right. Why is it only creating a root file system of like 1.3 gigabytes? And how in the world is it creating like... This is a 9 gigabyte drive. How in the world is it creating like 15 gigabytes of partitions? What in the world's overlap? I don't even know what an overlap partition is. Oh, it's the whole disk. Alright. It seems like this should be like maybe like... Oh. Maybe like 3 gigabytes? Oh. Yeah, no worries. Set root to 6 and export home the rest. Okay. Alright, yeah, I kept swap. It's telling me I have a rounding error. Well, hopefully it'll, like, help me there. Alright. Alright, we will auto reboot. Alright. Yes, I removed overlap. Yeah, I luckily got what you were trying to tell me. So or at least I tried to remove overlap. Wait, was I not supposed to remove overlap? Why do they have to do ridiculous things like that? I don't understand overlap. I'm not a Solaris expert. I don't get how you have... That goes against everything I've been taught about disk partitioning. This is old school Unix. So I take it I might as well just, like, power the system down and restart because this is bound to fail. I've never used old school Unix. I just... Stop A. Okay. Well, looks like... Okay, well, it boots. Did that just take the system back to open firmware? Okay. Alright, folks, we get to restart the install again because I don't understand what overlap is, because apparently old school Unix, you partition the whole hard drive, but you have a partition that's the whole hard drive too. I don't get that. I don't. That goes against everything I know about partitioning, where you partition everything on the drive once, not you partition it twice. Oh, CDS says stop A stops the system. Well, that seems a bit dangerous. I mean, granted, the stop key is far enough away that I don't think you should accidentally do it, but... You know, this is great December fun, installing Solaris first. Because the thing is, we still have to install Windows 95 after this. Also, removing the keyboard also halts the system. Why do Unix workstation manufacturers make it so that the keyboard is, like, absolutely required for proper system operation? What if you want to have a server? What if you want to turn your workstation into a server? You still have to plug the keyboard in? It's just ridiculous. Yeah. Okay. This is great December fun, installing the Solaris so we can install the PCI card. Okay, at least I had the forethought, partly because these are for another reason, of, oh, wait, I didn't do something silly, did I? Oh, good, no, I used CDs. Okay, so I do have Windows 95, so at least when we get there, I already have that burned. Also, spoiler alert, Hannah Montana Linux, but that's not for this computer, because we're gonna run out of time before we get there. I just want to get Solaris installed so that we can get this flickering monitor problem fixed. CDS says 99% of my systems never used a keyboard. Serial console every day, all day. Sorry, I got a beef with Unix because I have yet to get Unix installed on anything successfully. I can't get it installed on my SGI. Actually, I can't get the IRIX installer even boot. Although I have an adapter, so now I can try an actual SCSI CD-ROM drive on it. That might actually work. Although I've heard CD-ROM support on SGI is wonky. I have also yet to see Solaris install on this computer. So, hopefully tonight. Okay, yes, we're networked. No, don't use DHCP. Host name. Yeah, I'm taking Retrotech Chris's suggestion. Oh, he called it Fickle. Okay. There we go, Fickle. IP address 10.254.253.252. Oh, that is not a real IP address on my network. I'll fix it later. No, don't enable IPv6. Oh, I missed Eric's comment about networking as my Achilles tendon. Yeah. CDS says SGI is ho-ho magic to me. Jesse says, I virtualized a SCO Unix box once. It was the only one that had anything close to experience with it. Half of our staff froze when they saw a Mac. No, we don't want Kerberos security. We don't want name service. Geographic region. United States Eastern. Alright, looks like the system clock is set. Because now I know stop A will go back to open firmware, so I don't have to power it off. Beatwork says, I got HPUX installed once. Okay, I never installed that. I mean, I've installed Linux before, but apparently Linux is not Unix. Linux does not give you the full Unix experience of pain and torture and overlay partitions. Okay. Or overlap, excuse me. Oh, hi, 771 Racing, welcome. So that overlap slice is a way to allow access to the whole disk for backups. CDS says, Unix made me money enough times to love it. 771 Racing, TDLR is, you just ignore it. Okay, continue. I like how you have to tell it what language you want it to install in and what geographic region you're in. And then it doesn't even give you the courtesy of pre-selecting the correct one. All right, entire distribution. Okay. Continue. Nope, I don't want to preserve it. Manual. Customize. Okay, so I want root is like 6400 or something like that. And then swap, we'll say 256. And then, what was it? Yeah, but don't remove it, yes. What was it? I don't remember what the last partition was. It was, like, home, rest on 7 for export home. Thank you. If I can type. Export/home. And let's see, free is 2035. That bothers me that I've got a rounding error. All right, I guess it'll take care of that. Okay, /export/home. Yeah. Okay. Ignore the rounding. All right. Does that look correct? CDI. Yeah, okay. 771 says don't sweat the rounding error, partition alignment at all. Okay. Well, make sure CDI says that looks correct, and then I'll click continue. Go for it. All right. Nope. All right. Begin installation. All right. And we'll auto reboot. All right. There we go. All right. So while we do that, let me come over here to... All right. We might as well cancel that download because it's never going to finish. Let me download the tar file that is the SunPCi drivers. All right, seems to indicate it should work with this version of Solaris. This for the Penguin SunPCi 1 board. Okay, I believe that is the one I have. All right. All right, which means I'm somehow going to have to... Thomas Armstrong says, don't stress the bad memory. Or, yeah. TDS says, if it does not have an Ethernet jack, then it is first gen. Yes, so there is no Ethernet jack. Got VGA, USB, and audio. All right, somehow... I'm not sure how best to get these tar files over. Will Solaris support just a standard, like, FTP? That would require me to actually go find an IP address for it, or for the computer. And set up an FTP server. I was just going to burn it on a CD because VBorg, that would require me to set up a TFTP server. I have neither, and I don't have an SMB version 1 server set up either. That was something I'd wanted to do for December, but ran out of live streams to get done. I'll burn a CD. Surely a standard CD is readable by Solaris. Oh, I'm sure we'll figure this out. I mean, worst comes to worst, I'll it knows CD 9660. Okay. All right. All right. So let's see here. I want to write files folders to a disk. Let's see here. Mode. Oh, here we go. Okay. Source. Downloads. Oh. Select folder. Nope. Nope. That's not good. All right. Downloads. It takes 30 minutes to install. Good. That will actually give me plenty of time to create a CD. All right. So new folder. SunPCi. All right. Now I will copy the tar file into that folder. All right. And then I will tell image burn to use that folder as the source. Device, yep, options, ISO 9660, and all right, I think that, oh, I guess I gotta, let's see, oh, hold on, yep, CDS says this will take 30 minutes easy to install. That's more than enough time to burn a CD. Installer at this time was very much serial package add. Which workstation am I using? It is the Ultra 10. Bloody Cactus is asking, do the Ultras still use the 512 sector CD-ROMs like the old workstations, or did they go normal when they went PCI? Well, like, CDS says, no, they are IDE. SCSI needs the 512. I never used a non-Sun CD-ROM in the Ultra line with IDE to validate. I tried to use a non-Sun CD-ROM earlier when the original CD-ROM in this computer failed, and I had trouble, but I don't know if that was... I don't know if that was because I ended up having to pull the video. I don't know. I probably had a complicating problem, and there. Yeah. So, well, I couldn't get open firmware to even start, but then again, I had to pull the Creator 3D card out to get it to reliably use the onboard video for open firmware. And that might have been why I had trouble with a standard IDE CD-ROM. I mean, I was kind of thinking it should just work, because honestly, it doesn't seem as if there's anything special about Sun's CD-ROM drive. It appears to just be a standard LG CD-ROM drive, quite possibly with a standard firmware on it and a little sun sticker on the side. So all right, I have a CD with the SunPCi tarball on it. So yay. That was what that little jingle melody was all about, letting me know that the CD burned. Bloody Cactus says CD-ROM models used to hard-coded into open boot firmware to be usable. Jesse says they love that sun. I may try a standard CD-ROM, just out of curiosity, but not tonight. All right, but I got the driver tarball. So this will be running for a while. So I guess, going to, I'm going to take a momentary break while this copies files. So I'll be back downstairs in a few minutes, because I probably have more than a few minutes. Anyways, I will be back downstairs in a few minutes. I am back. I grabbed a snack while I was upstairs. Also, even though my basement is like 58.8 degrees because it's been unusually warm today, I'm going to turn on a little heat for a little while to let it warm up a little bit more. And then I will enjoy my snack here. All right, maybe we're halfway done, I hope. All right. Thanks, CDI. I realize you probably already ran, but thanks for your help. Hopefully hopefully we'll get a base platform running. All right. Yeah, I got me a couple gingerbread cookies. Reborg says I have an HP SCSI burner that seems to work with weird formats. Used it on both the HP Apollo and a Spark Station to install. Oh, yeah. I'm probably just going to have to try to use an Apple SCSI CD-ROM, because that's about all the SCSI CD-ROMs I have. Oh, no. I was going to try a Blue SCSI. That's what I was going to try on the SGI. Because if it doesn't work, then hopefully we can make it work. That, and I'd like to install ARIX at more than 2 speed. So, there's that, too. Well, when I run out of these gingerbread cookies, I'll be sad until next year. Or I'll have to bake some, one or the other. Don't worry, they're not really that fancy. They're just little Debbie gingerbread cookies, but sometimes when you want just a little bit of gingerbread cookie, it's just enough. And plus, I went to the store on the 27th and they still had a few boxes of the gingerbread cookies. All right. All right. Hopefully we are this much sooner to being able to change the refresh rate of this monitor, or of the sun, and getting rid of this flicker. Because I have a feeling it's my scaler getting irritated at 66.4 hertz. I bet if it was 67 or 66 hertz, whichever one's standard, I bet it would sync. But I think because this sun is using like some weird frequency in between them, it just can't really lock the sync. So, anyways, we'll hopefully get this cleared up sooner rather than later. And worst comes to worst, we'll switch to the DOS card for the Windows install, and I'll just use its VGA output exclusively instead of using a window in Solaris. That is at least one nice thing about the card we've got. You can actually use it 2 different ways. So you can actually use it with the VGA port. So you can have your separate Solaris and Windows monitors. Or you can run it as a window within Solaris, so you only have to have one monitor. I guess maybe you had a really one large monitor. You might rather have your Windows PC as a window in Solaris. I think if you do that, you might be able to copy and paste between the two. I'm not totally sure, but if we have time, we'll check that out, see if that actually is how that works. I think it still uses the Sun keyboard, though. Although, you might be able to plug a USB keyboard into the PC side if you've got USB drivers installed in Windows. But I kind of think that's cool that how Sun made this card so it would work both ways. So if you wanted two monitors, great, you can do it. If you want a single monitor, great, you can do it. I mean, Apple could have probably done that too with their compatibility cards, except for the fact that macOS at the time wasn't preemptive multitasking. So it would have probably been that much harder for them to have, like, shared resources. So I think their compatibility cards, it usually was, if you're running DOS, you're running DOS. If you're running macOS, you're running macOS. And, well, I think you can kind of, you can switch back to macOS while leaving, I mean, so Windows or DOS is running on their compatibility card, and I think you can go back to macOS, but it doesn't run in a window. So while you're running macOS apps, it's not expending resources trying to read the frame buffer off the DOS compatibility card. I think that's the way it works. I don't have a DOS compatibility card for any Mac, so I haven't been able to try it. But I guess at least if you had a Sun workstation, it looks like you could have a dual monitor setup where you got Windows and you got Sun. Now, I guess a few other things about this DOS compatibility card. Let me see. Did I download the data sheet? I've got the data sheet here. I'll screen share that. Oh, here we go. All right, that's, I think, the data sheet for the chipset. And, well, we'll go into a little technical. Okay, that's the SunPCi installation guide. Here we go. I think. All right. So, anyways, we'll switch from the Solaris install. Don't worry. We'll go back to it if when it's closer to being done. So, anyways, so the SunPCi, this is the one I have, Penguin, for the Ultra 5, 10, 30, 60, 80, 450, and Sunblade 100, for the Enterprise 220R, 420R. I think the one I have is this first option, which has the K62-300 processor, the SIS 5598 VGA chipset. So it does have, I believe this is one of the pipeline burst cache chips and the tag RAM for it. It does have its own ROM. I do not know what goes in this 96-pin connector. I may have to read the documentation. Anyways, it does have the ES1869 sound chip. And it does have a parallel and serial headers on the board, which I don't have those breakouts. But I could get I think those probably use the standard PC breakouts. So that could be pretty cool. Anyways, yep, the VGA HD15 connector, one USB port, and then you got headphone line out and line in. Oh. And it just told me that installation was complete. Like it is doing a few things here. I did tell it to auto reboot, so hopefully file systems. There we go. Alright, we are definitely booting off the hard drive. SunOS release 5.8. Yep, there we go. Hostname Fickle. That's what you get, computer, for being fickle. Alright, hopefully we'll be not that much longer before I can try to change the resolution. Okay, any day now. Oh, we're at the halfway point of the stream, and we're booting into Solaris for the first time. I certainly didn't expect it to take that long. Oh, on this screen you can create a root password. If you do not want a root password, press return twice. Do you want this automatic power saving shutdown? I am going to say no. Sure, you can ask me again next time. I might turn it on later. Oh, there we go. Common desktop environment, CDE version 1.4. I feel like I'm booting Mac OS, except it's Solaris. Alright, we're gonna skip that. Only because I don't have the... Oh. Reboot now to continue. That's annoying. If I replace the NVRAM battery at some point, then I might let it do the auto power down. But I obviously don't want to do that while I'm tonight, because that would be annoying. At least the hard drive's decently fast. It's a Seagate Medalist Pro Ultra ATA drive. Someday I may try an SSD in one of these and see if it works. That would be so much faster. And although sometimes it's not about faster. After all, for my 386 Visa local bus board, I've decided that I'm going to leave it at 33 megahertz. Thomas Armstrong's asking IDE to compact flash. 771 Racing says SATA to IDE should work fine. Yeah, I was thinking of SATA to IDE. All right, we are. No, I think I want to use the CDE. Works for me. Yeah, swap on a compact flash card is a quick way to kill a compact flash card. That's what I was thinking. All right, I think I have finally successfully installed a Unix on a workstation. All right. We are going to close help. And I'm going to attempt to figure out where settings is and see if I can change the refresh rate. Go printers, desktop controls. All right, let's see here. I mean, I'm presuming I can change the resolution. Oh, there's the screensavers. Beadwork says SATA PCI card. 771 Racing. Problem with SATA PCI card is firmware likely won't boot from it. Thomas Armstrong says, be brave, SCSI on PCI. Well, if I could find a SunPCi card, yes. Or PCI SCSI card for a Sun, yeah, I would consider it. Oh, there we go. The Swarm of Bees screensaver. Spinning lines. Wait a minute. Why is it multi-selecting screensavers? Rotor? Fireworks? Wiggly worms? I think I like spinning lines. Alright. But that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for the... Oh. Tools? Alright. Help. Maybe I should have just gone to help. Alright, let's see if I can... Something tells me I'm going to have to edit a config file. Alright, I accept the Netscape license agreement. Oh, well that's annoying. Yeah, I guess we can't open the help. Alright, let's... Yeah, I realized I should have probably installed the card. Customize workspace menu? that it, maybe? Oh, that's not it. Alright. Alright. Let me copy the tarball over it. Make sure this CD actually reads. Oh, there it is. It actually is reading. Okay. Oh, there we go. Let's copy that to user. Uh, oh, well, let's copy that to home. No. All right, fine. We'll copy it to temp. There we go. Oh, that's nice. It's showing me what's in the archive unpack. There we go. That's interesting. It looks like there's a version of DOS in here. All right. Okay, that's good. We got the drivers. I'll have to look at the install instructions. Okay, so we got the drivers. They're on the file system. All right, so let's go exit, log out. Then we'll have to options. Oh, wait a minute. How do I shut down the system? Oh, oh, let's just log out. That's probably not what I wanted. All right. Um, Okay. All right. Let's all right. We'll have to reset up stuff again. But I had pulled the SunPCi card out because I was having trouble getting things to boot. So should just be a matter of installing the card like so. And now should be able to power the system back up. Okay, when we get the invalid NVRAM error, I can hit stop A. Okay, now I can type in the data here. Unfortunately, flickering because I still haven't figured out how you change the refresh rate. Okay, 5, 6, and 7 are specific to this system. Their values from a label on top of the NVRAM chip. And also C, D, and E are the same values and they're specific to my system. Um, oh, there we go. That's better. Should have been an 80 for. No. Hold on. Whoops. Should have been, yeah, 80 for one. And yeah, 8 for two. Okay. There we go. That should be right. Okay, now, hopefully, it will move from the hard drive. There we go. All right, at least Sun did. At least they did that right. That they tried to boot the disk first. All right. Um. All right. Oh well, that would. Oh, apparently there's a open firmware environment variable. And apparently I did something wrong shutting it down. So, yay. I guess that's why we have file system check. No. And actually, don't bother me again about it. All right. We have the card installed. So hopefully. All right. All right. So we're off. Oh, apparently I was supposed to shut it down and then wait for the OK prompt and then type power off. Yay for open boot. All right, so I got the card installed. All right, how do I install the driver? There we go. Okay. Installing the package. All right, open a command terminal. That could be under tools. Terminal. All right, so let's see here. Become a super user. All right, I am now a super user. I think. Wait a minute. I was a super user. I'm logged in as root. Okay. Okay. So we need to type user sbin install. No, not install. Package add -d and then the directory it's in. So I copied it to temp. Wait a minute. Does this not have? Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's the trash can. Oh, there we go. Oh, oh man, I thought I put it in /temp. Oh, well, apparently temp was a bad place to copy that. All right, temp is temporary. Apparently it got deleted on the reboot. Alright, let me find a better place for it. Maybe user... No, I'll just put it in temp and we'll deal with it. Alright. Copy it off the CD. Sorry. Oh, hi, Robert McKay. Welcome. Yeah, good old CDE. Must have wiped temp on boot. Okay, if we have to reboot the computer, I'm going to try the open firmware command I found to change the resolution. I'm being lazy by using the GUI instead of trying to figure out the tar command on Solaris. Alright. So now let's try... Okay, so apparently does not have command history. Alright. Sun WSPCI. Alright. No packages were found. Alright. Alright. User sbin package add. Alright. The temp Sun WSPCI install. No packages were found. Yeah, I realized that after I typed SU. I typed super user and then I'm not typing it. I realized that after I tried logging in. Hi Nigel, welcome. Yeah, well, I don't know where the I did untar the tarball. But I untarred the tarball and it created this. Does it want that? No. Well, that's not what the sun... Not what the sun instructions tell me to do. Oh. No packages were found. No, package ad's not expecting a tarball, at least according. I mean, maybe it doesn't. Of course, there's no manual entry for tar. Knew that I could never remember the parameters. Maybe it doesn't like being in the temp directory. I mean, seemingly there's package info. I mean, I guess I could see if. No. All right. I don't know. I mean, should it? I mean, yeah, that's world readable. Wait, what's the? Remember the time. Thing is, these drivers were supposed to come on a CD, and the only thing on the Internet Archive are tarballs. And I don't know why. I just okay. Okay. R XCF Sun WSPCI.tar, and I want to put it in user temp. At least it's in a different spot. Okay, fine. do anything. Is there... Okay. Package add. The... No packages. Don't go into the package directory. Oh, hi, pseudo memes. Welcome. Yes, it's my capture device. It hates the resolution the sun is set to. You, if you don't give it any parameters, it looks in a place that there's nothing. What? But I thought you told me not to go into the package directory. That is completely ridiculous, and that doesn't match what the direct... I don't get it. Alright, I want to install package 1. Alright. Yes, I want to continue. Why do the instructions from Sun say to give it the full path? Or, well, though it's not really that specific. No, it needed to be untarred, Tim. I knew that much from reading the directions in the install guide. It needed to be untarred because... Alright. So, I just installed it after a frustrating amount of command attempts. Okay. Did it give me a BIOS mismatch error? Not that I saw. Okay. I'm ready to install Windows 95. Yay, that took long enough. Oh, and that means I need to go to the SunPCi user guide because obviously installing the card we don't care if you don't install Windows. Well, 771 Racing, there's no man page installed for it on this computer, so despite the fact that I installed everything, other than what's on CD2, because I don't have a copy. Yeah, kind of hard to look at the man page when the man page doesn't exist. Francois is fixing auto-config stuff at 4 a.m. Lol, yeah. Alright, let's see if I can find the... Actually, let's try this. I'm getting tired of the flashing. Alright, so we're going to go to suspend system, shut down, and I'm going to try this cool open firmware command I found. I have no idea if it's going to work. But I'm going to set the resolution to about 1280 by 1024 at 60 hertz. Well, I didn't want it to do that, though. Alright, something tells me I'm going to have to re-enter the long list of commands one more time. Although maybe because I didn't power the system down, maybe standby voltage powered the NVRAM? Maybe? Nope. Alright. Well, alright. Set defaults. Okay. 10 MKP. 81 MKP. 82 MKP. 03 MKP. 24 MKP. All right, 5, 6, and 7 are applicable to this system only. Again, if you've got one of these Suns and you don't know what the values should be for yours, it's on a label that's on top of the NVRAM chip, or at least it should be. There may be another label somewhere on the system that would tell you what it should be as well. And then C, D, and E are the same thing. Okay, that's good. All right. So now let's try this command. Set env output device screen R 1280 by 1024 by 60. And reset. All right. Hopefully, that'll actually change the resolution. And hopefully, my capture card will be stable. Because I think it's okay with 60 hertz. It's when you start getting... it was running at 1152 by 864 at like 66.4 hertz, which... Oh, I think that did fix it. Oh, yeah, 771 Racing. Yes, I could have looked at it online, but... Oh, I will need to set the date. One Racing says, ooh, QEMU has working UltraSpark emulation. I could try and find SunOS 5.8 and try to play along. All right, SunOS 5.8 is Solaris 8. Thought I would save you the time of having to try to figure out which Solaris that is. Oh. You know, that is really nice that it's no longer flickering. I wish I'd found that open firmware flag earlier. Oh, and I think it set the time and date for me during boot. Okay, all right, let's see here. So, to install Windows. Yes, I've only been live streaming for almost 2/3 of the scheduled time, and we are just now getting to the DOS part. All right, so to start SunPCi, we need to run the command prompt-a-doodle. And it says that it is OPT Sun WSPCI bin SunPCI. Oh, and I need to update the BIOS on my card. Okay. Create a hard disk. Create a 2 GB hard drive. All right, that's fine. All right, I need to go back to the install guide and see how you update the BIOS on the SunPCI card. All right, make sure you exit SunPCI before running the Flash utility. All right. Isn't this so nice that we don't have a flickering screen anymore? I feel slightly embarrassed for not searching sooner to see if there was a or to see how you change the resolution because I didn't realize it was an open firmware command. I could have done it the entire time. Although, granted, every time I turn the machine off, I'd have to redo it. But maybe I should have created a smaller virtual drive. Oh well. Let's see here. Sun. All right. All right. Oh, that's easy. 771 Racing says actually play quite heavily with the continuation of Open Solaris in the form of Illumos. Seeing open firmware is giving me flashbacks to my original learning Linux on early Power Mac days. Yeah, I do know. I did check to see how new of a version of Solaris you could use on these Ultra Spark, and well, we can't use Illumos because while Illumos does support Ultra Spark, not the version of Ultra Spark in this computer. Ah, all right. Oh wow, that looks really wonderful. Okay, that just looks that's just you know that I'm going to exit without saving. That's just wild. Oh, now the colors are correct. Now the colors are wrong. And now they're correct again. All right, we're going to exit. All right, good. Windows was not running. Okay, because there was something I need to do, and it may fix the colors. All right, let's see here. Oh. Okay, so we need to update the BIOS, so I don't need to change to super user because I'm already super user. So P Sun W S PCI bin. There we are. We're in the directory where SunPCi flash is located. Yes, it is. All right, so type this command to flash your BIOS. Okay, so we are going to, all right, so SunPCi flash -F opt Sun WSPCI BIOS Sun PCI.bin, and I'm going to go ahead and -S. We're going to save it to /home /old BIOS.bin. Oh, okay. That's annoying. Oh, is that because root... Did I make a rookie mistake and forget that root's home folder is like root or something like that? And does tab complete? No, tab is not completing. There's also no command history. Alright, where can I put this file for sure? We're going to YOLO it. Root's home should be /root. I don't see a /root folder. Yeah, I could have copied in the root. I don't know why I would want to downgrade anyways, because that would require me to find a different version of the SunPCi software. So we'll just flash the card and be done with it. There we go. After, okay, we are flashed, so now I can, okay, there we go. So now if I start the SunPCi software, all right, oh. All right, it didn't complain about the BIOS version, and now we got those funky, funky colors. Yeah, 771 Racing says, cheater way, start a terminal, then enter present working directory or PWD to see the path. Yep. PWD command. All right, well, here's our SunPCi C drive. CMOS checksum error defaults loaded. I guess maybe I should okay. Memory parity check. Ooh, I actually probably want to disable that because I don't have parity RAM installed. All right. Set features. All right, I think we'll just leave all those at the defaults. Power management, good, that's disabled. PCI, plug and play OS installed. Oh, that's interesting. All right, integrated peripherals. All right, we'll save that. 771 Racing says, do you think anyone at Sun looked at the award BIOS, then at open firmware and went, you know, maybe we could make things easier? Uh, they probably looked at award BIOS and said, ew, open boot, so much better. Robert McKay says, Bash might be installed to get tab completion. True. Okay. Oh, look at that. Caldera open. Look at that. We have Caldera open DOS. Neat. Hey, look, we're running DOS on a Sun workstation. I think we need to get maybe need to get DOS Bench running on here. I wonder if we can get DOS. Okay. I'm almost curious to maybe see if we can't run DOS Bench. All right. I think I just realized that maybe I picked a resolution that was suboptimal, but let's see here. Eborg asks, can it run Crisis? That is a question that I will not be able to determine the answer to tonight because I do not have Crisis. Reading a hard drive file. Catching file. Okay, how do we copy files from a CD? Extended drives, emulated hard drives. I wonder if there's a way to take the image file and okay, we're going to need to install Windows 95 to use the CD-ROM drive. Apparently, I think this DOS here is just a DOS to let you see that it runs. Tim says it's an easy answer. No, it can't. All right. So if the Sun, okay, type eject, then insert your Windows 95 CD into the CD-ROM drive. Okay. All right. So I am going to. Oh. Well, if I could type eject. That's right. I still had... Alright, so we're going to use this Windows 95 disk here. Alright. So we should... now have a Windows... There we go. There's the Windows 95 disk. There's our SunPCi. Alright. Let's see here. Okay, in the SunPCi window, type the following command at the DOS prompt and press return. All right. So it says R. Wait a minute. Is there an R drive? Wow, look at that. Oh. Actually, wait a minute. I just realized we can actually run DOSBench on this before we install Windows 95. No, let's go ahead and install Windows 95 though. Okay, so what the R drive is it's the remote. It's basically, I think it mounted the Solaris file system as drives. Yeah, it's a redirect to show the local file system. All right. Whoop. I do believe I need to do options, patch mouse. There we go. Continue. I think I'll at least... Whoops. One. Hold on. Oh, I'm trying to move the capture window so that I can do this number. So at least you can maybe see the... Francois says, nice primary colors theme. Oh, no, right. That's X11 switching palettes. Yeah. It has switched palettes to match the Windows 95 window. You know, if I had my second... Actually, it just dawned on me that if I plug this cable into the DOS PCI card and switch to VGA 2... Nope. Okay. I bet that cable... Oh, I bet that cable's not plugged into anything. Alright, we'll do that for now. Or actually, I'll walk around while we wait for Windows 95 to do things. And let me see if I can see which cable's plugged into VGA 2 on my scaler. Oh. Nope, something tells me that is a... Nope. Alright. Let me make sure I grab the right cable. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to, Oh, that's right. You have to actually give it a command line parameter to use the VGA out. Okay. That's right. We'll check that out after we install Windows 95. Francois says, I'm also working on DOS stuff here, building DOS EMU2 on Linux. Tim says, me too, I'm working on something that is a weird hospital nurse call system that has a Pentium M processor. We have Jack68K. Hi, Jack. Jack says, oh my, is that Windows 95 running in a window on Solaris? Well, Jack, it is actually a little bit more complicated than that. That is Windows 95 running on a PC card in a Solaris workstation in the window on Solaris. Totally not complicated at all. This is the SunPCi card I showed on Wheel of Regrets last... Was it last? I guess it was maybe last Monday. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I forgot. I was going to WinWorld PC to go do the following. Let's see here. OSR. Oh, wait. This is OSR 2 with plus, I believe. No, it's OSR. Which one did I grab? It's the one that was Windows 95 with plus OSR 2.5. Okay, very good. I had to see which one I grabbed because... Alright. Oh, 24995 0700 707 7345. Excellent. I guess you should look for all hardware devices. I think for Windows 95, it's that you have to put, for OEM, you have to throw a 0 in somewhere, and let me see if the manual says to, alright. Oh, okay. The instructions actually say to not check any of these boxes. We'll get them when we install drivers later. For things like this, it's usually a good idea to double check things like that. All right. Turn that off. Details. All right. Do like that. Wallpaper, games, imaging, mouse pointers, net watcher, online users guide in case I forget how to do something. We'll go ahead and do a full install of the accessories. Except the Windows 95 tour. We don't need the tour no Windows 95. Alright, communications. I think I'll turn that off. Disk tools. I don't want to install those. In fact, actually, well, I'll install defrag, but alright. I wanted to check that and then double click it. Because, oh, that's good. We can install all that. I think on Windows 98 there's stuff I turn off there. And Windows messaging. That's good. Alright. I do not want fax. There's no fax modem on this DOS compatibility card. I also do not want a startup disk because I don't have a floppy disk to create it with. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I installed the multimedia sound schemes. Yeah, Jack says Windows loves to make a little noise when it does something it wants you to know about. Yes. 771 Racing. Net meeting all day must have. Yeah. Francois says, I didn't remember it was so detailed on the app list, and Windows 98 is even more detailed. Robert McKay says, maybe Hyperterminal could connect to a Solaris serial TTY. Only if I installed the I.O. breakout that wasn't included with the card I bought. Probably because it was left in the Solaris machine it would have been installed with in before. Then I could loop the serials together. So I could run a Solaris terminal from inside Windows from within Solaris. Totally not redundant. I do want to get the breakout cable, though, because I would like to be able to hook a printer up to my Windows install, obviously. Francois was asking, does it have the usual HE10 headers? I believe it does. I think it has the standard 26-pin header for parallel and 10-pin for serial. And oh, wait a minute. I think I just realized I have one easy trick of getting the cable I need. Steal it from the other Sun workstation. Because I bet it's the same cable that Sun uses for the parallel and serial cable on the Solaris Sun box itself. So I just need to swipe the cable from the other Sun that I have. Which, apparently that Sun is providing parts for this one. Yeah, Francois says, seems like regular stuff on the photo on Wikipedia. And quite honestly, I bet Sun just used standard pinout because why expend excessive engineering resources on coming up with a proprietary pinout when the Ultra 5 and 10 that this card was designed for was all about trying to use more standardized hardware to make your workstations cheaper. So, I mean, Eborg says you could install Solaris x86 on that card and run Solaris in Solaris. Only if there were drivers available for Solaris x86 for the card. Because I don't know. I don't know what the drivers do, but I'm kind of wondering if some of them might facilitate the interoperability aspects of the card. I could be wrong, though. Jack says, spending excessive engineering resources to avoid standard stuff was more Apple's domain. C, HDI 45 connector, ADC connector. Yeah. Don't forget about their customized AGP for Power Mac G4s and G5s, which are different because the G4s had that special header on the AGP card in a spot that became where the AGP organization put the AGP Pro pins, so Apple had to move it for the Power Mac G5s. Yeah. So that they could use AGP Pro in the Power Mac G5s, they had to move the ADC connector on the G5s. Francois says, well, Sun could stand the comparison in terms of proprietary connectors. Yeah, don't get me started on the 13W3 port on the fancy 3D card. Although, I guess technically that's not a proprietary connector. All right. All right. So let's remove that and let's add it. Okay. Open. Oh. Oh, hold on. There we go. Select folder. I need to create I need to click finish. And I need to create a CD with DOSBench on it so we can... Obviously, we need to run DOSBench on the Sun card because we need to know how performant it is. And let me guess. Oh, it is rebooting. Okay, excellent. All right. All right, let's go ahead and burn that. All right, let's call that DOSBench. Yep, that's fine. Oh, wow, look at that. Customized color palette again. It's very blue. Francois says, well, not as proprietary as the CYM version by NanoRaptor. Jack says, then again, we didn't even get it right with standardized connectors, C, USB-C. Just tons of stuff has a USB-C shaped hole. Yeah. That is so true. Good luck figuring out if any random cable that has USB-C ends will work. Jesse says, consistently inconsistent. Yeah, there's like nothing in the standard that makes them label a charge-only cable. So grab a USB-C cable, and it could be charge-only, and you will spend hours trying to get your device to work. Well, hopefully not hours. You will spend minutes trying to figure out why your device will not connect. And then you'll realize, oh, I grabbed a charge-only cable. No wonder it doesn't work. Wah, 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 wah. Francois says, it should be called USB-C SEE. Plug in C if it will work. Yeah. Jack says, lol, we had plug and play and now we have plug and C. Yeah. Okay, this just seems really fancy that I have a computer in a computer. And it seems like there's a card edge on this card that I'm not sure exactly what it is, but something about me wants to know if it's like a PCI connector on the card. So I'm wondering if you could have like a computer in a computer in a computer. Okay, that might be going too far. Tim says USB C the manual. Yeah. All right. I think we are still setting up programs on the start menu because, of course, it's going to take forever. All right. Manual for this card says to let Windows 95 install, and then we need to install drivers. Okay. No, luckily we don't have to install the drivers from physical media. They are on the Solaris file system. They got installed with the SunPCi software. So I basically run them from the F drive, which I think is the special drive that maps to the install files on the file system. So I don't have to map anything special. Of course, we have to wait for Windows 95 to finish installing first. I mean, if this was an actual PC, I would have kind of expected it to be done with this by now, but it is using a virtual hard drive file, so fortunately I don't see any disk activity in the Solaris disk. Activity, although I see CPU activity. There we go. Guess I just had to. All right. All right. I am going to install a printer if it's built into Windows 95. I have an Epson Action Printer 5000. It is, yes, it is just the 5000. All right. It'll be on LPT1. And I do not want to print a test page because I don't have the parallel header. That'll be something I'll have to check out later. All right. Yeah, apparently Solaris is probably in like 8-bit mode or something, so every time Windows changes its palette, Solaris adjusts. So yeah, yeah, it is quite trippy. Quite trippy. Oh look, does Windows 95 ever not install a plug-and-play monitor? Aw, bummer. It couldn't find the IE4 setup file. Aw, too bad. Aw, too bad. All right, so let's go ahead and install these drivers. Yeah, I'm sad that it didn't install the bloatware from OSR 2.5, although I may have to manually install the USB support. Jack says, oh no, the internet icon on the desktop won't work. Mike says, it's like putting a Pinto engine in a charger. Yeah. Yeah, Tim says, the SunPCi card is basically a single board PC for the Sun system. Yeah, that's basically what it is. The dedicated actual CPU and RAM, etc. Yes. Jack says, Windows 95 had USB support? Oh dear. Yeah, OSR 2 and above did. All right, so I'm going to tell it Workstation Monitor. Now Windows has to build a driver database. But you know, Microsoft, you couldn't call Oracle about that. They make databases. Yeah, yeah, basically the Sun PCI card I equate to, it's like a DOS compatibility card for Sun, much like Apple had DOS compatibility cards, which Apple's DOS compatibility cards were basically a single board computer too. Must provide computer and workgroup names that will identify this computer on the network. Computer name, Pickle PC. Hi, there we go. Whatever, work group. I don't have a work group. All right. I must specify work. Okay, fine, work group. Computer, I guess I might as well put a description. So it's the Sun PCI in Ultra 10. There we go. Mike says, I was thinking it was a VirtualBox type thing, but the hardware is way too old. Tim says, call it Pickle. Yeah, maybe I should have. Yeah, it's like a whole legit computer. It even has, it's based on got an AMD K62 300 processor, and it's SIS 5598 chipset, which has integrated graphics, which maybe in some ways made it easier for Sun to grab the frame buffer to yeet it across the PCI bus to draw it on the screen. Because I have a feeling they may be just snooping the snooping the frame buffer. But yeah, it's like it even has its own sound chip, which actually if I can find the plug. Let's see here. I think the one I want is the middle one. I think my speakers are powered up. Yep, they are. Yeah, it's got its own sound system, so... Well, all right, we can cancel that. Well, I kind of thought it might play a sound, but I guess not. Yeah, Jack says, so Windows 95 had OSR2, Windows 98 had SE, Windows NT 2000 XP Vista 7.8 had service packs, Windows 8 had 8.1. Windows 10 had half-month releases, but then named half-year releases. Yeah. Oh, had year-month releases, then named half-year releases. Yeah. Actually, OSR was really service release. But the deal with it was an OEM service release. There was a Service Pack 1 for Windows 95, but that was the only retail service pack. OSR 2 and above only went to OEMs. I want to hear you play sound, Windows. Oh, did I turn the volume down on my speakers? Okay, I should definitely be hearing sound if it's coming out of the... Oh, I wonder if it's maybe... Oh, come on, son. Why can't you label... I wonder if the sound's coming out of the... Tim says, we don't talk about Windows 8. Yeah. Okay, so if I had to guess, let's see, that's obviously a headphone. All right, I don't know what the circle with a line beside it means, but then there's two... Ah, okay. I believe this is sound out. All right. Now, if I play this, will we hear sound? No. Interesting. I wonder if the sound drivers aren't installed. All right. Oh, wait. Is there a volume? Oh, there is a... No, that's the USB port. All right. Let's check Device Manager. This, he says, then there are the LTSC releases. Yes. Oh. Other devices. Up there's the USB, sound, video, and game controllers. Oh, there's our ES 1869 control interface. Oh, I can fix the... Alright, I can fix the USB. Alright, that... We need my computer... Oh, interesting. I no longer have the R drive mounted. Alright, let me look at the user's guide and... Oh, I was supposed to do something that I didn't do. Okay. Jack says, yeah, I plugged into this motherboard ports VBorg and I don't hear anything still. Of course, I could be plugged into the wrong one. They're not clearly labeled. Tim says only 3 choices. Jack says, we all know the old axiom. There are 2 hard problems in computer science: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by 1 errors. Okay, I was supposed to type problem with your display settings. Oh, really? Oh, really? There's Windows is in 16 color mode. And I still don't have... Well, that's interesting. That was... Well, technically we have DOS running on Sun, but... I was supposed to enter my Unix workstation username and password. And then now that the drivers are installed, I'm supposed to see that it no longer says mouse attached. I don't think it installed the drivers. All right. Did I do something wrong? I have a Commodore 64. Yeah, I've got a Commodore 64. Fine, let's try installing the drivers again. All right, change display type, update existing driver. Okay, we're going to update the drivers. Workstation monitor. Let's try this. Nessie says, are you keeping up with the Commodore? Because the Crimson Tide didn't. Oof. I wonder if the problem is I installed a version of Windows that's not compatible. Mike says I got 75 discs for Commodore that need to be archived if they are not already up on the archive.org site. I do have I do have a Commodore 64. I've got floppy drives for it. I also do have a grease weasel, so if you want to reach out to me about archiving those discs, I would be, I could do a disc archival live stream, because if it works for Steve, it could work for me. It could be an interesting live stream. Standard. All right. Seems like I shouldn't have had to have done that, but Like I said, I got them in a swap, but I was something tells me it's not supposed to look like that. I'm hmm. All right, let me see if I can read the instructions about how you detach the mouse because I believe I may have selected something that I wasn't supposed to select in the video configuration. Although I'm kind of wondering if maybe I have. Nope. It looks like there's nothing on the output of that card. All right, let me see if I can't figure out how you're supposed to detach the mouse. There's some. What bit depth is Solaris running at? I have no idea how to tell or configure it. I I only managed to figure out how to change the resolution and refresh rate to make my scaler happy, and that did not. Those instructions did not mention anything about bit depth. Um, Nexus seems like Solaris is at 16 colors, and now Windows thinks it's going to do 256. I don't know. All right, I'm trying to figure out how to detach the mouse. All right, let me search the PDF file for detach. All right, that didn't find any words. All right, we'll search for attach. And then hopefully. Yeah, my email's on the my YouTube about page. So, yep. Hi CDI. I'm trying to figure out how to detach the mouse from the SunPCi because the SunPCi, the Windows 95 running on the SunPCi is not happy. Meta. No, no, I don't want to meta anything. I don't see a key labeled meta. Is that the meta is the diamond key near the space bar? Okay, that was more difficult than it should have been. All right. Reset PC. Yeah, I really want to reset it because I think it crashed. Yeah, it was working, and then I reinstalled the video drivers because it was complaining about color depth, and then we're here, and I think Solaris is running at a weird color depth. I have no idea how you set the color depth in Solaris, because the instructions I found for setting the resolution and refresh rate mention nothing about color depth. All right, we will run scan disk. I'm thinking Solaris might be running at 8-bit color. Um, should be default to the highest amount. Well, okay, maybe I picked a resolution that there's not enough. I don't know how much VRAM's on this system. Oh, maybe it's my fault. Maybe I picked too high of a resolution. Yeah, maybe there's only like 2 megabytes of VRAM, or maybe that's 4. I don't know. Ultra 10 should be 24 as it is an ATI. Yeah, I picked 1280 by 1024, and obviously I have done. I mean, Oh, is it asking me to log into networking? Not that I can see anything to. Access, hit enter. Well, now I got a problem that yeah, I did. But now I got a problem. The screen's still screwed up, and I there's no way I'm gonna be able to. It, all right, Robert says. Well, I managed to blindly tell it to do something. I'm, oh no, I'm thinking I installed the wrong version of Windows 95 because it didn't install the drivers correctly. This he says if you squint, it's mint. Solaris background reminds me of the macOS Blueface background from macOS 8. Yes, that would be it. All right. 128 megabytes. seem like a bad thing at the time. All right, let me. Oh, that's right. Properties, settings, advanced properties, change. I think that's the one I should have picked. That's the one it was set to beforehand. I think Sun forgot to customize the description of their workstation driver, but Jack's asking it's a 486 though, right? No, it's a K62300. CDS says networking sucked on this card. They only fixed it on newer versions. CDS says NTSP4 was solid. Well, NTSP4 does not support USB, which is why I didn't pick NT4. All right, well, it looks like oh. Well, Windows didn't complain about the... Well, look at that. It didn't complain about the number of colors. Well, it still didn't mount the CD-ROM drive, though. All right. Let's see if I can get it to mount the CD. Can it run 2000? Well, I don't know if it can run 2000, Tim. I don't know if there are drivers for 2000. Oh, update. It looks like there are drivers for 98 and 2000. So maybe I should have tried Windows 98. I bet that would have worked a lot better. And Windows 2000. Yeah, okay. I guess the newer version of the drivers for this card. While the CD-ROM to be accessed, SunPCi must be rebooted. Oh, I should have shut down Windows first. Well, I like living unsafely with Windows 95. I'm almost tempted to like start over again and install Windows 98 and see if it behaves any better. CDI says I want this SunPCi 3 Pro. Well, I haven't seen that card. I just happened to find this one and bought it because, well, it was a potential eBay regret. Oh, I think I just realized the mouse. Ah, okay, the drivers are working now because I don't have to attach the mouse. Attach CD-ROM. No. I don't know why the... Fine. Fine. You drive a hard bargain. I shouldn't have to copy DOSBench into... I shouldn't have to copy DOSBench into the file system like this, but... Wait a minute. Why don't I have write permission? I'm running as root. I should have write permission. Yes, I have write permission. Okay, so wait a minute. Is it because I don't have write permission on this file? Oh, oh, how? Fine, you drive a hard bargain. Copy CD-ROM. Oh, I might be copying the wrong thing. Oh, I was trying to copy the wrong thing. Oh, hi, Brian. Thank you for subscribing. Hi, Dave. Welcome. I am copying DOSBench into a folder that I shouldn't have to copy it into just so I can run it on the SunPCi card because something happened to the virtual networking. So there we go. Oh, looky there. There's DOSBench. So now I can copy it into the C drive. I mean, excellent. All right, so now if I shut down, restart in DOS mode. Check my DOSBench CD. All right. And no, Dave, I haven't put the plus back together again. That will be Thursday. I missed your stream because I didn't realize you were only streaming for 5 hours on Sunday. CDI says page 49 image. Oh, yeah. It's an image file. Oh. Oh. Hold please, CDI. I can, I'll fix that here. So you can at least paste a link. I would appear as if it did not restart into DOS mode for some reason. Yeah, it. All right, CDI, if you want to try copying the link again, I think it'll work. Yeah, that did not restart into DOS mode. Huh. All right, fine. We'll F8 and we'll go into DOS mode that way. Okay, I am noticing something interesting, that there is no... The award BIOS seems to be purely text-based. Notice there's no award logo or Energy Star logo, although I could see Sun removing that because maybe their card's not Energy Star. All right. Command prompt only. Okay. All right, let's see here. Let's run through our benchmark suite. We got our Superscape VGA benchmark. Wow, that is like a slideshow. Although we have frames per second of 73, although that is not drawing 73 frames per second on the Workstation side of things. That is quite special. All right. And I think it locked up. Is there a full screen mode? The only way to go full screen is to use the external VGA output. And I'm wondering if that would be less problematic with DOS. Yeah. Yeah, that locked up. I've seen that benchmark lock up computers before. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I can start up to the VGA output by running SunPCi-VGA. Which maybe I'll do while I'm running these DOS benchmarks, and we'll give that a try. All right. Command prompt only. All right, so let's exit. All right, so SunPCi-VGA. All right. I'll fix my, let's see here. There we go. All right, I think I still use the keyboard though. Yeah, don't know why the right hand is cut off, but anyways, all right, command prompt only. All right. Okay, so let's try Doom. Because obviously, if you're going to install this card, you're going to want to play Doom, right? And I am capturing directly off the VGA output of this card, so... However, the keyboard is still being rerouted because the SunPCi app is active. Yeah, Chris says that it's pretty smooth. Yeah, it is. I mean, the AMD K62 is not a bad processor for running Doom. Quake is what gets you, because the Intel had the faster FPU. There we go. 2134 game ticks and 1629 real ticks. That's for K62 300 running at a 66 megahertz bus. That's not bad. All right. Speaking of Quake, because obviously if you've got this card, you're playing Quake. Ooh, Quake works at 640 by 480. All right. Does Solaris have a Doom port? I would think it does, Tim. I would think it would have to at this point. I mean, there's ports of Doom to run on a toothbrush. So, come on. Solaris would have to be one of the ports. Okay, Gutbomb and CDI are both saying yes. All right. Well, this is Dawsember, not Sun Timber, so... Did I just come up with a month by mistake? For Sunuary. Oh, wait a minute. You need to celebrate Sun workstations in a warm month. Although I guess maybe January's warm in this south south of the equator, but all right, so that was a I'm gotta read it on, is that 13.8? I cannot read that. 12.8? I can't, it's not, okay, yeah, if anyone could read that, it looks like it's 12 or 13.8. Okay, Gutbomb says it's 12.8. All right, well, let's see what Quake might be able to run at the lower resolution. Okay, Robert McKay says it's 13.8. Gutbomb says 12.8. I say let's reduce the resolution and see if it would actually be playable. Okay, that actually looks like that might be a playable frame rate. And here I am. I'm using this expensive workstation to play DOS benchmarks. Okay, 38.3 frames per second. That's actually not bad. All right, so we tried 3D Bench, and it locked the system up when it was done. Doom and Quake. Actually, I was kind of wanting to run hardware info on this. There we go. It is an AMD K62 300 SIS 5597 chipset. Yep, that looks right. All right. Test our CPU errata. Oh no! This processor has the AMD K6 DRX bug. Oh no! Not too worried about that. Video info. So we got, yes, the SIS integrated graphics, a megabyte of DRAM. I think I could increase that, but all right. Let's run check CPU. Okay, so yes, indeed, as I thought from the data sheet, it is a 66 megahertz times 4.5 multiplier. There we go. And I wanted to run cache check. I was curious. Oh, This version of DOS is only going to support 64 megs of memory. Okay, that's pretty fast accessing memory. So I was curious if I'd read the datasheet right in it saying that 128 megabytes of RAM was cacheable. Jack says I should upgrade the CPU on this card. Well, there's only one problem with upgrading the CPU, Jack. And that is they glued the CPU to the heatsink. So in order to upgrade the CPU, I'm going to have to get a cooling fan to be able to splice a power connector on it so I can actually plug a new fan into it. Because the CPU is glued to the heatsink. Now, the good thing is, though, the heatsink is just narrow enough I can release the latch on the socket. So I can remove the processor. But the heatsink's coming along for the ride, and it ain't coming off. It's glued. So did Sun use thermal paste? No, they used thermal epoxy. So the good news is it's not dried out. The bad news is it ain't coming off. So I don't have a faster processor to put on this card. There was a version they offered with, yeah, Jack says no user serviceable parts. Yeah, Jack, don't tell Sun that I put RAM that didn't come from Sun on this card. Tim says, meh, duct tape. Chris says, that's odd that Sun chose an AMD processor. Jack says, yeah, no kidding. All I can figure is they were designing this to a cost. And they didn't want to go with a Pentium 3 or a Pentium 2 for some reason to meet that cost. The CDS says AMD part was cheaper. Yeah, I'm thinking they were designing it to a cost. Because otherwise I think they would have gone with a Pentium 2. Although, the other thing I can think of is Intel didn't have any desktop Pentium 2 parts that weren't in a slot. So yeah, they would have had trouble fitting a Pentium 2 on the card. That might have been the other thing. With a Pentium 2 on the card, they might have not been able to make one that could fit the Ultra 5. The Ultra 10 had been fine, but it would have blocked like 2 of your PCI slots. So I'm kind of wondering if they picked AMD because A, they were designing to a cost, probably. B, they had to make it fit without blocking an inordinate number of slots. And C, the Pentium 3 was probably too far away for them to be able to use a socketed processor. Jeremy's saying they could have gone the Celeron route. Well, Jeremy, depending on when it came out, the Celeron might have not been available yet. Also, do you really, really want to convince your IT department to buy you a Celery processor for your Sun workstation? At least with the AMD processor, it didn't say Celeron. CDI says, you would be amazed on how much an Ultra 5 and 10 cost to manufacture versus how much they sold it for. Makes Apple look like newbies at doing it. Jack says, it helps that the market for these things was not individuals. Yeah. Yeah, I suspect the markup on these computers was a lot. That's probably the understatement of the evening. In fact, I would say they designed this SunPCi card to a cost, but it was probably a premium, probably cost a pretty penny. Chris says, and then Oracle bought Sun. If you thought the prices were high before. Yeah. CDS says, I still have my first Ultra 5. Got it in 2000. Nice. Power cords were $100. Chris says, last I checked, you could get Spark Compute in the Oracle Cloud. Yeah, I bet you can. But I have a Spark processor right here. I mean, granted, it's an old enough processor. It's not supported by the latest version of whatever the Solaris is, but still. This is a 333 megahertz processor. This AMD processor is almost faster than the Ultra Spark, which now I want to get an AMD K62-400, and because that was the other option for this card. Yeah, now I want a K62-400 for this card. I'll have to find one. Oh, all right. Later, Tim. Jack says, it's that special Sun oxygen-free copper in the power cords. Yeah. A 9GB SCSI disc was like $1,000, while you could get it non-Sun for about $250 to $300. Woo! Jeremy's asking, would a 500 work? Or 550? You're expecting too much of a card that Sun never expected anyone to... I'm not even sure I could put a 400 in it, because... Hold on, I'm looking at the only doc... I have some jumper settings. I only have jumper settings for 300 and 400 megahertz. So a faster processor would quite possibly not work. Because there's only the jumper settings for the two configurations Sun shipped. TDS says, there was a market for these cards. One reason is Sun Real Estate Division ran Windows systems while everyone else ran Sun. Jeremy says, it's only a matter of bus speed and multiplier. Well, Jeremy, if there's no... okay, Jeremy, the bus speed is not configurable. So you're down to multiplier. And I don't know that there's enough multipliers to go faster than 400 on a 66 megahertz front-side bus. I mean, the bus speed is not configurable in this card. The chipset only supports up to 75 megahertz, but something tells me there's no... We're running into the same problem I had with that 386 board the other day, that there's no jumper settings officially public. There's no... Well, at least with this board, I've got a few jumper settings that have been reverse engineered. My 386 board, I figured out one during the stream. But yeah, I don't want to... I'm not going to track down a 500 or a 550 without knowing that I could actually use it. Because there's no sense of me putting a faster processor that I can't use in it. I'm totally down with trying a 400 because that was one of the supported configurations, but I don't have a 400 megahertz processor that's a K62 to spare. And it looks like, according to the jumpers on the card, I can only set the voltage as low as 2.1 volts. So, oh, cool, CDI. All right, let's go back to the benchmarks that are more likely to cause the card to have consternations. Oh, and my head's in the way of the benchmark score. All right, let me move. There we go. Now my head's not in the way, but it's still going to be a tiny number. 19.2. Cool. All right. Let's run Chris's 3D benchmark, not to be confused with RetroTech Chris, which is not affiliated with Chris's 3D benchmark. Although maybe one of these days I'll get Chris to come up with his own benchmark for DOS, and then we can have the RetroTech Chris benchmark. That's as far as I've gotten on the design, though, Chris. So I don't know what else it'll do. Chris says, best I can do is some DOS Nabu software I wrote. It does detect video modes, though. Well, look, your computer received a Chris's bench score of 40.8. That is 24.5 frames per second. All right, and I'm wondering if 3D Bench will, like, not crash now that we're full screen. Oh, wow, it is a lot smoother running full screen. Oh, and it didn't crash. Okay. That's pretty cool. Okay. CDI been saying he used to work for Sun, lowly sysadmin work, then went IPO hopping for the cash, worked in the now Meta campus. Yeah. Ah, that's right. Meta did buy Sun's old campus. Apple bought HP's old campus. Yeah, it is sad that companies like Sun didn't survive. I'm with you, Jack. This computer is... I mean, I was thinking about that. This computer's actually really... I mean, it's a really nice computer. This SunPCi card seems to be a decent performer. Now I'm RetroTech Chris says, I wish I'd done the IPO hopping route. Alright. Okay, it is bugging me. Let me go see what other AMD processors I have. I've got one in a box over here. I don't think it's a 400 though. Besides, I don't have a cooler that I can splice a power connector on because I only have a limited number of socket 7 coolers. Oh, that is a 400. Okay, I do have a K62 400. Right there. I thought it was something else. Okay. Well, now the problem is I don't have enough heat sinks to... That's going to be the problem. Jeremy, the answer is no. It would not work in a plain old backplane. The part of the card that is not it the card is very much dependent on the Sun software. It has no... the thing is, what you don't realize that's on the card, Jeremy, is there's a PCI to PCI bridge that means it's not going to work in a backplane. I think this card is very much dependent on the software running on the Solaris side. This is definitely not a generic single board computer. All right. Really? Okay, this is the thing. Okay, let me see what kind of heatsink this. I had this apart the other day. I may just have to watch my live stream. I really don't want. I'm trying to look at what the connector is for the fan because I'm pretty sure it's not a standard connector. I don't. I don't think I've got. Oh yeah. Yep. That's a okay. We are not going to try another processor tonight because I don't have a connector to be able to make another it's a connector that looks like it's the one you find on some batteries, CMOS batteries for laptops, and I don't have any of those connectors, so I can't. Even if I did have a heatsink to spare that I could totally cut the normal connector off of it and make a new heatsink for this, which I don't. I only um, the problem is there is a height restriction that I don't want to lose too many PCI slots in case I actually find something cool to use them for. But I don't have any of those connectors. I don't even have a one of those batteries that I could even see if that's actually what the connector is. Not without taking a PlayStation 2 apart, which we're not doing tonight because it's 11:30. Now, of course, the one thing I would like to do is I would like to hear sound from. Oh. Okay, let's boot into Windows and let's see if maybe by chance, if you're in full screen mode, that maybe it actually routes the sound out of the card. Oh. Okay, don't worry. You don't see anything, but that's because I need to run the installer program and change the display type. The software is running on. Please restart SunPCi. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It wants me to. Oh, okay, that's cool. All right, let's exit because Windows is shut down. All right. Yeah, the thing you didn't see is that I had Windows running in the window because when I started Windows, it had the workstation graphics selected, so it was actually showing on the Solaris screen. I bet I could increase the VRAM. All right. One thing I will do, I will try to figure out what connector the fan connector is, and because I am curious if I could get it to run with a 400 megahertz processor. So I will do that, but and I'll make sure I have a spare fan before I go splicing one up. Robert says the fans may just run on 12 volts. You know, I could do that. I could just plug a fan into one of the power connectors. The only problem is I don't know if I was kind of hesitant to do it because I wasn't sure if maybe the software would detect the fan wasn't spinning. Okay, oh, sorry, I confused myself momentarily. Setting programs, accessories, multimedia, media player. All right, let's see if I can play Canyon.midi. Open. All right, here we go. And are we going to hear anything? No. Is that because that's actually the wrong port, maybe? So, apparently, I needed to plug the speakers into the headphone out, not the line out. That's weird. Or there's a misprint on the diagram I'm looking at, because I can't... Sun apparently likes to make really obscure... Oh, wait a minute. I think I see the problem. I think oh, I bet the headphone is... Oh, okay. I see what the problem is. Because I was having trouble deciphering Sun's hieroglyphics. I was going by this diagram, and I thought that they had just shifted all these legends over by one so that this was line in, and this was line out, and this was headphone. But, oh, okay, good night, CDI. We'll talk to you later. Yeah, I'm glad to see it this far along, too, and that we have sound. Apparently, the problem isn't that they're all shifted over by one. I now figured out what the circle on the port is. That's Sun's way of telling you it's the headphone port. Headphone should be right here. That's line out. That is line out. That is line in. That's the headphone port. Facepalm. Oh, Jack, I couldn't do that to all the YouTubers. Because then how would Gutbomb be able to show off OS2's absolutely awesome MIDI playing capabilities? Although I got Gutbomb beat. Because I've got a sound card in OS2 that sounds even worse! Although, if you watch his last video, you can tell it's off. But I got a system that runs OS2 with a sound card that IBM actually shipped. And MIDI is way off. I mean, it's like a train wreck. I have no idea what the pinout is, Jeremy. It's too many pins for I don't know what it is, Jeremy. I'm not going to try to even figure it out because if it is an ISA connector, there's nothing I want to plug into it. I don't know what it is. I mean, it would be the right number of pins for ISA, but the part you don't see is what the connector looks like, and I am not about to try to figure out what the mating connector is. It's something like what Apple used for PDS slots, but a different number of pins, so I have no idea what kind of connector it is. And there's not enough of these cards out there that I don't know, I'm stumped by it. To me, it's just a 96 pin connector of, I don't even know what to do with it. But there, Jeremy, you also probably see the PCI bridge that's on the card. It's like some Intel part that, yeah, I think it's a bridge that's really expecting there to be software on the other end. Because I think it is a 21554. I think that is the part number of it. Anyways, yeah, that's the card. So anyways, yeah, that's why we didn't have sound. I plugged the speakers into the wrong port. So I bet now we have, we have Windows sound effects. So if I go to settings, the control panel, the sounds, I bet this will work too now. Yep. Oh, and now I can confirm, now that I've figured out the legends on the SunPCi card, the legends on the Sun system itself are identical, and now I can try to confirm. They're also much smaller than the, okay, so there's line in, line out. So I did have the speakers in, line out on the Sun, so, oh, that's interesting. Sun actually used a symbol that looks like headphones for the headphone jack on the Sun system itself. Yeah, but I did have it on line out on the Sun, so I think that pretty much says that the sound only comes out of the speakers out on it. Oh, and about the 96 pin connector, Jeremy, by moving the keyboard, I just realized the other reason why it's just going to remain a mystery is because of the 96 pins, you can only see like 3 or 4 traces going to it. So whatever that connector is, I think the majority of the 96 pins are inner layer connections, because you cannot, there's only like 4 traces on the backside of the card that you can see, and very few on the front side. So I think whatever it is, they are, I think, connected on the inner layers. So I've only seen one of these cards on eBay. Granted, I didn't know to look for them until I accidentally found it. Because, yeah, that's the thing. I saw this card on eBay because I was browsing the listings of a seller to see if they had anything else that might look interesting. Because I already had found a Bigfoot drive that they had. And I'd found that 386, 486 motherboard that they had. And I was just seeing if they had anything else that was interesting. And I happened across this card. It was, all they said, it was a SunPCi card. They had no real extra listing on it, so didn't even mention where they'd pulled it from or whatnot. But I was able to figure out that it was a DOS card for Sun computers. I mean, that was fairly easy because it has a Sun logo on the back of the card, so it didn't take me long to figure out it was a card for a Sun workstation. And by golly, I have a Sun workstation it'll work with, because this card was released for the Ultra 5 and the Ultra 10, among others. So that's how I came across this card. I didn't even know they existed, although maybe I should have, because expensive Sun Workstation inevitably is going to be deployed in businesses that have Microsoft Mail or Microsoft file servers or even some Windows apps that everyone needs to run. So I should have figured Sun had something like the Apple DOS compatibility cards, but I just didn't know to look for them until I ran across this auction, and that's when I was like, I don't remember what I paid for it, but considering I've only seen one of them, although now that I have one, it's not like I'm going to go look for more of them. Maybe they're more common on eBay than I thought. I do remember looking after I found it to see if I saw any more, and I don't remember seeing any more at the time. But, oh yeah, okay, so I paid $70 for it. I guess now that I know it works, I paid $70 for it. It had no RAM on it, though. But I found 2 sticks of RAM in my stash. Oh, that's right, no. I didn't buy the 386, 486 motherboard from this seller. That came from an international seller. I bought the parts Visa Local Bus board from them, the one that we worked on Thursday. Okay, I guess we worked on both of those boards on Thursday. It was the Visa Local Bus board that we worked on Thursday. That's the one I bought from this seller. The one that just had a few bent pins, and I had to try to decipher code names from the manual. But anyways, so I guess of the 3 items I bought from the seller, it was the Bigfoot drive that I should have known. I don't even know why I bought it. I should have known that, just like Bigfoot, it's an elusive find of finding a working one. No one's found a working Bigfoot, the mythical animal, and no one's found a working Bigfoot hard drive. Prove me wrong. So, anyways, yeah. So, that, I guess 2 out of 3 is not bad. The SunPCi card works. My Sun Workstation works. I got Solaris running for December. Sloopy says, hold my beer. I don't think my arm will reach that long, Sloopy. Sloopy says, I have a working Bigfoot. I knew someone was going to chime in and say I have a working one. Okay, let me rephrase it. No one on eBay has a working Bigfoot. Okay, now prove me wrong. Because I bought enough drives on eBay to know that even when they say it's tested, there's a good chance it wasn't tested. They're just hoping it worked. Because there's, I think, a lot of sellers that really don't have the hardware to test the drive, so they just YOLO it. Callan says, they didn't work well when they were semi-new. Yeah. Sloopy says, well, worked 4 months ago when I tested it. Yeah, that's the problem. And maybe, okay, so I'm not saying that all eBay sellers that say they tested it didn't test it. The thing is, I have enough evidence to show that there are some eBay sellers that say they test it, but I don't think they did. I've bought enough duds to know I don't think every seller that says they're testing old computer hardware is testing it. The thing is, though, some of them are testing it, and it's just failing between when they tested it and when it sells. So I'm not saying the seller didn't test the Bigfoot hard drive. It is quite possible they did test it several months ago. I guess what I'm trying to say, though, is there are some sellers, though, that after seeing what they sent me, I can't say as optimistically that their claim of testing was legitimate. I'll put it that way. So I'm looking at the Bigfoot hard drive listing. Oh, okay, so they listed it back on... Oh, no. I'm looking at the revision history. I don't know when they listed it, but the first time they revised the listing was October 21st. So they had the hard drive listed for at least 2 months before I bought it. So it is possible they tested it and it failed between testing and shipping. Possible it failed in shipping. So I'm not saying they didn't test it, but I don't know. As quickly as it was failing on the stream when I tested that Bigfoot hard drive, I don't know. Jesse says 14 years. Yeah. Sloopy says probably they just powered up, and if it powers up and stays running, call it running. Yeah, that's also possible that they plugged it in, the drive spun up, they thought they were good, but in reality, if they just tried to partition it with F-disk, then they would have seen that it never got to 100% complete in its verifying drive integrity step. Because I think that Bigfoot hard drive has a problem with track 0. But anyways, this card works. The Sun works. Now, granted, I pulled the Creator 3D card out to get the system working, but this is DOScember, so I'm not going to try to figure that out. I'm also not going to figure out why the clock is 2 hours ahead in Windows 95, but maybe I didn't set the clock in Windows 95. I had kind of assumed that it would synchronize the clock from Solaris, but all right, I'm having trouble tracking the mouse. I think my Sun mouse might need cleaned. Oh, okay. Well, that would explain that. Yep, that would appear as if the clocks are separate. So I guess I should have set the clock in the BIOS. So I guess we'll 11. Oh, did I not? Oh, there we go. 11:53, 51 p.m. That's close enough, I think. Ah, there we go. That's interesting. Apparently, it is keeping a separate clock from the Sun. I'd kind of thought the Sun software would maybe synchronize the clock, but I guess there's a little less synchronization than I thought. Jesse says, I bought a drive like that from VCF. The first 38% of it was okay. Anyways, all right. So we got DOS running on a Sun workstation through the SunPCi card. I think I can say if you manage across one of them, it is a neat enough card. If you've got a Sun workstation, I think I could say, sure, why not? Especially if you have the slots for it. So someday in the future, when... I'm not going to do it tonight, even though I realized I could probably just put a fan with a standard power connector on it. The problem is, to install that CPU, I'd have to shut this workstation down again, which means I'd have to reconfigure the open firmware again. And quite honestly, being 5 till 12, I'm going to say, no, we're not going to do that. So, well, I guess let me... There we go. Put that back to normal so that so anyways, I think this is where we will end the stream for tonight. There we go. Ta-da! I have no idea why we're not getting the standard shutdown message. I'm wondering if the Sun software has overridden it or something. But anyways, I guess with this, we will exit because I've shut down. And there we go. Yep, there we go. So that was the SunPCi card on a Sun Ultra 10. And this is a Solaris 8, which I think Sun OS 5.8. But yeah, that's cool. So let's see here. We will shut down the system. So there we go. Yeah, that was fun. Even if it did take me like way too long to get Solaris installed. Okay, let's face it. I was wanting to install Solaris on stream so that you all could see the pain I went through. Okay, there you go. I confess, I wanted to install it on stream so that there was a record of my pain. Anyways, so we got Solaris installed. We got the Sun card installed. We ran some benchmarks. We got sound working. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm going to go ahead and put the Creator 3D card back in so that it doesn't, so I don't misplace it. Not that it would be obvious that it goes in a Sun workstation because it has quite the weird connector on it. I mean, it doesn't even look like EISA. It's like some Sun proprietary slots. Let me go ahead and put that back in the computer so I don't misplace it. So at some point, I will have another workstation stream. And hopefully by that point, I will have managed to get a board to repair the real-time clock module in this computer so that I can then reconfigure the NVRAM once and for all. And then I don't have to keep reconfiguring it, because then at that point we can try lots of fun things, including trying some different processors in the SunPCi card, because then I won't have to keep reconfiguring open firmware every time we have to shut the computer down to swap a processor. So that will be on my list of things to get. So anyways, I guess one last view for those that, I don't think I will be able to. Yeah, unfortunately, just actually, here's what I'll do, because I shut the Sun workstation down. I'll pull the card out so that anyone that joined late I can show the card, and you can get one last look at it. So if you weren't here when I first showed it off to install it, since I got the screwdriver out, let's go ahead and pull the card out, and that way give folks one last look at it. Oh, actually, the fan connector, it's actually a 3-pin connector for the fan. Interesting. Although they're only using 2 pins. I wonder if it could do fan speed monitoring. Anyways, so here's the SunPCi card. So anyways, there's our AMD K62-300 processor, the SIS 5598 chipset. There's our flash ROM, which we updated tonight. I don't know that might be the flash ROM. One of these two is the flash ROM, the other's some other part. So there's the Intel PCI bridge chip. There's our pipeline burst cache. There's the tag RAM. There's our ESS 1869. And there's our multi-IO controller from WinBond. So there's our serial and parallel headers. And then there's the 2 SDRAM modules I added. I thought this board didn't support parity, but interestingly enough, the BIOS had a setting for it. Maybe the datasheet for the chipset's wrong. But anyways, yeah, I didn't see any need to put more than 128 megabytes on this board because it only caches the first 128 megabytes. And for Windows 95 and even 98, that's a luxury. So anyways, I know, Jeremy, Jeremy's pointing out, if I recall correctly, SIS 5598 has VGA, but it's worse than Trident. Yes, this is using the integrated graphics of the chipset. Sun did not see fit to put a dedicated video card on this board, probably because they don't expect you to be gaming on it. They expect you to be running Outlook on it, and Outlook doesn't need that much for graphics. So yes, the SIS graphics were awful. I realized that. But yet, this is a neat card. And there's the 96 pin connector. I have no idea what it was intended for, if Sun ever released anything to go on it. Unfortunately, yeah, it's a hefty card. Or because Jeremy's probably chomping at the bit to put a picogus or something on this thing. I know exactly why he asked. Unfortunately, Jeremy, there's the problem. There's only like 3 or 4 traces on the bottom that you can see without removing this label. And then, unfortunately, on the other side, there's a few traces that look like they go under the connector, but there's no guarantee they connect the pins. Unfortunately, I think most of these pins are probably connected inner layers, so I have no idea how you would find the pin out of these, because that's a BGA chip. I think there may be a data sheet out there for the chipset, but it's a BGA chip. So unfortunately, without like removing the chipset and that connector, I don't know how you would figure out the pin out of that. And well, I'm not destructively figuring it out on this card. Now, by all means, especially if I find a parts board, then maybe we could figure out what that connector is. Jeremy's thinking it's a 4-layer board. I believe you're wrong, Jeremy. I think this is a 6 or 8-layer board. Because I'm looking at the board, and I think there's at least 6 layers, if not 8. So that would make it even harder to reverse engineer. But I was looking for a legend. Because sometimes when it's a multi-layer board, they put a little, they put a layer number on the layers, and you can see them stack up on a side of the card. It could be under this foam piece here, but I think this is a 6 or 8-layer board. Jeremy's saying, now, Jeremy, I wouldn't draw any conclusions that that's an IDE header, even though it probably totally is. Key pin's even in the right place. The thing is, though, the BIOS probably doesn't support a hard drive on that connector. But anyways, I'm not going to put an IDE connector on the card to figure it out, because half the fun is being able to use it like it was intended for. Although we totally know that it was intended to play Doom, right? There is something. Mikey's saying PC 104. Oh, Mikey's got a good idea there. It could be a PC 104 header. Unfortunately, I don't know how to tell what it is without a data sheet or someone else reverse engineering it or me reverse engineering it. I don't know how to tell what it is. And quite honestly, I think it's a neat enough card, especially since I don't have any Apple DOS compatibility cards. I'm just going to enjoy the fact that I have a Sun DOS compatibility card. And we might totally install Windows 98 on it later. Even though we're like up on the end of December. Jeremy's saying, yeah, PC 104 is essentially a 16-bit ISA slot, but I can't guarantee that's what the pinout is, and I'm not going to risk my Sun Workstation to figure out if that's a PC 104 connector by jamming one in. Jack says, yeah, there was quite the range of these cards over the year. I wish I could tell you what it is. Unfortunately, Sun never published what that connector was. In fact, Sun never published what kind of memory the card took, if that says anything. I just figured it out. I had to figure it out by looking at the data sheet for the chipset, if that says anything, to see that the chipset data sheet didn't mention ECC RAM. So I'm like, Sun wanted you to buy their memory, of course. Oh. Uh-oh. Jack just posted a link. Oh, and that's like a double stacked board. Oh, wait. Oh, that's troublesome. You see that parallel port header for that board? There's an interposer board on it. It would not surprise me if Sun did use a proprietary pinout, or maybe that's just because maybe that's just an EMI board for the parallel port. Because now that I looked at it, it looks like it just has like maybe a bunch of ferrites or something. Although that is kind of troublesome that maybe I won't be able to just get a standard header. Oh wait, is that two PCI cards stacked together? Okay, that's just wild if that is. Yeah, take a look at that listing that Jack posted and take a look at the cards. And I think that card goes into two PCI slots. Unfortunately, that's a 64-bit PCI card on the bottom, which means this one's not compatible with my Sun Workstation. But that totally has an IDE port on it. Or is that a floppy? Actually, that's both. Wow. That Sun card has a floppy and a hard drive connector. Okay, that's neat. And I bet that is Pentium. Yeah, I bet that's the socket 370. I can't tell what VIA chipset that is from this angle, but okay, that's neat. Fortunately, it won't work with this Sun Workstation, so you don't have to worry about me snagging it. Oh, hi, Chris. Chris Jackson says, it's going to be something custom to the card. It's Sun hardware. Yeah. Jack says, I wonder what the CPU was. The only thing I found anywhere is that it's 1.6 gigahertz. Jeremy says the daughter board has 1394 FireWire. Yeah. I don't know, Jeremy, if that's PCI X or if that's just 64-bit PCI. It's hard to tell. They both look the same. That's the problem. Yeah, Jack says one was USB FireWire and the other was serial parallel. Yeah, see, that takes 3 slots in your Sun. Oh, Jeremy thinks that's, oh, did I miss the key pins? Jeremy says it looks more like socket 462. It's the VT82. Unfortunately, the VIA chip on the back seems to say VT8235. but I'm not convinced that number sounds right. I can't tell what it is from... I can't even tell which SunPCi card that is because it's, the photos are too blurry. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Jeremy says that is the Socket A South Bridge. Okay, so that probably is a Athlon XP. Okay, that is quite interesting. They went with AMD again and not Intel, but maybe someone at Sun didn't want to send Intel even 1 cent. Although the funny thing is, that's an Intel PCI bridge, I bet. If you look at the second photo, that chip, the large chip that you can't really read the writing on it, I bet that's an Intel PCI bridge. Because this card has an Intel PCI bridge. Yeah, that's the funny thing. I bet someone said, we're not going to send Intel any money, and yet they used an Intel PCI bridge. I'd bet you $1, but I'd probably be losing on that bet. Mikey's... Oh, hi, Mikey. Mikey, N6IL's asking, didn't Sun make AMD 64/Opteron machines later on? Maybe. Yeah, John says, more likely AMD was 64-bit, Intel wasn't, except on Iantium at the time. Yeah. Jeremy says, Pentium 4s would run too hot. Not that the Athlon XPs were necessarily a cool running processor, especially with the little of a heatsink it looks like that has. Although that could be a mobile socket A processor. Of course, there could also be a fan under there. Oh, I bet there's a fan under that, and I bet that's just a shroud over top of the fan and heatsink. Possibly to make sure the air is diverted properly, because I definitely see what looks like a fan cable there. Anyways, yeah. Jeremy says, I know a lot about socket A. Yeah, I thought it was 370 because I didn't see the 4 or 6 key pins, but it's possible that from the underside you can't see those spots. It's not a great photo. I'm also getting tired, so... Anyways, yeah. I think it's cool that I got it running. Got Solaris installed. That was fun in and of itself. So anyways, I'll have to... Jeremy says, if that darned card wasn't priced at $300 freaking dollars. Well, Jeremy, it's only... Oh, Jeremy, good news. That card's actually only $269.98 plus $10 shipping. Oh, but with tax, it probably is $300. Never mind. But I think, well... Yeah, that would be a really cool card, but I don't have a Sun Workstation it would work in. Jeremy says it'd be $300 after taxes for, okay. Yeah, it would be, oh, yeah, okay. It would only be, it wouldn't be quite 300 for me, or just probably why my brain was thinking that's not a $300 card. Oh, I should have read the description of the auction title. That was the SunPCi 3 Pro. Okay. I didn't read that at all. Okay, that explains it. So if I had a Sun Ultra 25 or Ultra 45, it would be usable. Unfortunately, I only have 2 Ultra 10s. And the one of the Ultra 10s is quickly losing parts to make sure my other one stays running. So, yeah, there's that. Okay, the one thing I would like to find for my SunPCi, I would at least like to find a photo of the serial and parallel header that Sun shipped so that I don't risk my Epson dot matrix printer to a non-standard pinout. Otherwise, I'll have to probably check that it looks like a standard pinout. Oh, Jeremy says 14% tax rate here collectively. Wow. That's only 5.3% here. I didn't realize the taxes were that high down there. Anyways, so great fun with the Sun. Great fun to conclude December. I'm glad my SunPCi card works, so it's a keeper. It'll be staying in the Sun workstation. I will have to install this CD-ROM drive permanently because apparently I think the one that was in the Sun failed. Jeremy says city, county, and state all get their pieces here. Oh yeah, no, don't. Well, oh yeah, that's the thing. The part of the state tax, well, part of the Virginia tax rate actually goes to the locality. So yes, the state and the county still get their cut, but it's all wrapped up into the one tax rate. Jack's asking probably the important question. Do you not have state income tax? Aha. I did forget. There are states that don't have that. Virginia is not one of those states. So, yes, the state gets more of a cut, just not when I buy something. Anyways, let's see here. We've got, oh yeah, 12/17. So, we've had a lot of fun. Jeremy says, there is a state income tax here. I got a whopping $42 last time. Yes. Anyways, great way to end December on my channel. So, anyways, Thursday, I will be back to my regular streaming schedule. Yeah, Sloopy says, Virginia has taxes, fees, and duties on everything. Yeah, seemingly so. Yeah. So anyways, Thursday, I'll be back to my regular streaming schedule. So, Thursday, we'll be putting my broken Mac Plus into the case that Dave restored and retrobrighted for me. So, I've got that case up on the shelf. Because, yeah, I put shelves up. Not that it's easy to see. Other than the fact you might have noticed the fact that the stuff behind me has receded slightly. Because I was able to get lots of it on shelves. Unfortunately, I need to get a few more shelves. So... not because the shelves are completely full. I could squeeze some more stuff on them, but because I don't want to, like, overload the shelves. So anyways, we will be looking at the Mac Plus. Jeremy's pointing out Virginia still has vehicle inspections too. Arkansas does not. Yeah, I know. There's some things that Virginia does that are somewhat silly, but then again, some of the cars I've seen driving on the roads, even though we do have a vehicle inspection, like, yeah, they somehow still are driving their car. Yes. Unfortunately, even though we have vehicle inspections, there are inspection centers that, the inspection seemingly only consists of, do you have a vehicle? Yes. All right. It's inspected, but yeah. Jeremy says, Virginia requires a working defroster of all things. Well, Jeremy, I don't know if you've ever driven in Virginia in the winter, but I have trouble driving some days without my defroster, so so that's why that is. There are a few reasons why some of those things are required, and the defroster is because there are some mornings where you're not going to be able to see without it. So, yes, there are some things that, depending on where you are in the country, there's not many times you use it. But I use my defroster frequently in the winter. And even sometimes in like other parts of the year when it gets really weirdly cold and humid, I have to use it to get the fog off the windows. So, yeah, Sleepy's saying Maryland only has inspections when you buy it, never inspected again until you sell it. Wow. Yeah. Now, that being said, I wouldn't mind if Virginia went to like inspections every 2 years, but yeah. Yes. Some of the requirements for a car inspection in Virginia, okay, there are some that maybe are a bit outlandish. There are a few, though, that, yes, they're on there for a reason, and there are times of the year where if you don't have your defroster, you're not going to be able to see. So, anyways, Jeremy's saying Texas is eliminating their annual vehicle inspections in 2025. Well, I'm kind of not ready to jump to no inspections, but Sloopy says inspected to get registration. Yeah. Yeah, just... anyways, let's see here. So yeah, Thursday, back to the regular streaming schedule. Mac Plus case, we'll get that broken Mac Plus into the case. And then next week, I have some ideas. I haven't decided yet. Loopy says New Jersey got rid of inspections about 14 years ago. I do know how many empty cases I have now because I can just look at the tops of my shelves because I put the empty cases on the top since empty cases are lighter. I don't know. Maybe we'll do something wild and crazy next week. I'll float the idea. Maybe we build a system to run Hannah Montana Linux in the pink case. That might be pretty cool. Although it might also be pretty cool to... there's a couple of computers that I wish were working, but who knows? Hey, there's always the opportunity to do both. With that, because I would like to get to bed soon, I'm going to go ahead and draw this stream to a close. So I'd like to encourage you to smash that like button, let the YouTube algorithm know that you like content like this, and to also say, hey, I like the fact you got that SunPCi card working and Solaris installed on your workstation. See, I snuck a Solaris install into December. Ha, that was clever, wasn't it? Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so that you know when some of these computers get put back on the bench for other reasons. Remember, we have that, was it the Creator 3D card in this computer? And the real-time clock module that needs a new battery. And don't forget this Raptor GFX card I bought on eBay and have not been able to test. Should probably go ahead and put it back in the anti-static bag. Yeah, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Because if you don't turn on notifications, then you definitely will not get a notification. Not that YouTube notifications are perfect. Anyways, also, yes, thanks, Dave. Happy New Year. So if you are celebrating, please be safe. And anyways, we will see you next year. So yeah, I will not be so yeah, I moved my stream to Monday night, although it's now like very early Tuesday morning here, because I was not going to compete with New Year's Eve. I believe Jesse, that'd be I8386SX, will be streaming starting at 6 p.m. I think he's going to be installing Compact DOS on a Compact. So you can go check that stream out. I will probably be hanging out in the chat, assuming I don't get invited somewhere. Don't worry, Jeremy. I will probably be with you on that because I'm just not big into partying. But anyways, with that, I'd like to wish all of you all Happy New Year and a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out, joining in the chat, putting up with me as I installed Solaris so we could get to installing Windows 95, and otherwise having some fun tonight. And hopefully if I can sort out the Unix file system mounting on the install, I don't know why it stopped working, then maybe we can actually try playing Doom on this card at some point in the future, and also try a CPU upgrade and see how much faster it can get. But anyways, until then, I'd like to wish you all a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care